Okay. All right. Oh, this one was kind of miserable to draft. I remember this one. It's all planeswalkers and crazy things. Ah, boy. Do I do it? Huh. Meh. We'll at least see what we get. Okay. Ow. I'm awake. It's a lie. Oh, my stomach's grumbling. I can't eat for another 20 minutes anyway. Okay. Howdy, what's going on? Doof. Hey, Grimloblin! Awesome! Hope the gym was fun. And released all those nice endorphins. Viv is good. I remember Bloom Hulk being really good. Troll was fine. Pridemate was not supported as much as you'd like. Often. I mean, here's one gain too, right? Yeah, we'll take Viv. It's a pity that the best of the best cards are in green. Jaya's Greeting also good, but it doesn't target planeswalkers notably.
Let's tear this place apart.
Oh yeah, this was fun because you could proliferate. There was a lot of proliferate, and the proliferate was pretty good. During your turn, creatures you control have first strike and equip abilities. Blah, X damage to target tapped creature. I forget how good that was. Heartfire was any target and was actually good. Enforcer was fine. Bleeding Edge was pretty good. I'm gonna try Nahiri here. I don't remember the set very well. Vivian's Grizzly had a lot of place because it could fetch you more stuff to do. We've seen that in the like latest set with Ether Drift. I do like Bleeding Edge a lot. I can't remember what was what were the strongest colors, etc. Ha! This was the butts deck, if you could do it. Sometimes it works as a Wrath. Callous Dismissal I remember being very good.
Bonjour tout le monde!
Oh, hey! Thank you so much, Larizelle! 40 months, you're the best! Thank you so much, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for your support, as always. Spark Harvest was good. I think we take Heartfire because we took Nahiri. Although yeah. I know Callous Dismissal. I liked Tamiya's Epiphany alright. Spark Harvest was really good. This was interesting for winning the game. I could just take Spark Harvest. I think I'm gonna take Spark Harvest and see what happens. Well, I just passed some... I'm gonna take this. I just passed a really good black card, so... This was a fun one on occasion. Draws 2 cards, so... This was harder to do than you think, because again, it's 2 spells per turn. This was an interesting one. Long Rune Enforcer is what I'm looking at here. Prismite could help you cast all the bombs, but it took extra work, because it's 2. I think I take Enforcer or Prophet. Another Spark Harvest. And a Trusted Pegasus. This card was great. Wow. Okay. This card also could do stuffs. Oh, Spark Reaver. I remember this one. This could get you out of tight spots later. I don't remember whether a 5-mana removal spell was correct. Giant Growth, Arlen's Wolf, Cyclops. I don't remember the set well enough. Jesus, this has been so long. Ooh, looks like my colors are now open. Oh, son of a gun. My colors, specifically Gruul, is open, not the rest of it, but this is brutal to see this late. That's dumb. I wonder if I could switch to... No, I'm just gonna keep going. Gonna keep going. Another Heartfire. This was best in the black, because you could amass and just keep going. Oh, the Troll Wield. Nice. I also don't mind the Snare Spinner, because that stopped... There was a few things that stopped in their tracks that was really important, like the Pegasus. I'm gonna take this for now. Grizzly. Over another Heartfire? That's close. Okay. So here's the Pyro Helix. I want the Jaya's Greeting, even though it can't go to Planeswalkers. Karn's Bastion. And another Pridemate. Alright. Ashiok was a problem in this set. Could easily mill you out as far as I remember. Ooh, Dreadhorde Invasion was fun. I'm gonna take my Arlen and move on with my life. This one was interesting. I don't like it, but I think it did some stuff as far as I recall. There's a Snare Spinner here too, which is what we hope to wheel. Probably the Pyro Helix won't wheel.
I run with the pack, and we are as one.
Obviously, we really want high power on 2-drops if we can get them for this Rioters. Ooh, a Vraska. Tyrant Scorn was very good. On-Crop Invader wasn't great.
You should leave before I make you.
Ooh, Bloomhulk. That's exactly what I want. That's what I want. Skydiver was really fun. Eternal Skylord was sick. No, this is War of the Spark. I don't remember this being great. I liked the Arboreal Grazer, but not in this deck because we really need power. Might take this. I don't remember it being good, but again, I only drafted this in stores, so I was not aware of what was great. I don't want another Chain Whip. Bond of Revival was interesting. Courage in Crisis is interesting because we have so many planeswalkers to proliferate. We now have one amass zombies to proliferate. I think I'm just going to take the Bond and see what happens. We might splash for it. We could use the Prismite for it. Giant Growth or Steady Aim. There was another Steady Aim that might wheel, so I'm going to take the Giant Growth here. I might want the Steady Aim just because we are really weak to flyers. Huh. Ooh, Band Together. I remember that being sick. This was wonderful. Band Together is one of the best removal spells on this. For creatures. Obviously, planeswalkers were a problem. I don't remember that thing being good. We do know somebody else is at least in green and somebody else is at least in red because we didn't get that other Jaya's Greeting back and we didn't get the other Bloom Hulk back. So we do know that this is open from the right. So that is interesting. Well, I guess I'm taking this. Enforcer Griffin was surprisingly decent stats. I don't think I'm taking Return to Nature. Well, actually, I'm going to take a Return to Nature, maybe. It's best of one, so it's not really a thing, but... Ooh, Death Sprout. Another Band Together, Ajani. Ajani. Is that worth a splash? The only fixing I have is a Prismite. I was planning on using another Bond, but that's fine. Band Together's really good, but nothing else I mean, actually, Honor the God Pharaoh is pretty good. Band Together is very good. I'm going to take the Ajani. I didn't come here not to do this. Yeah, Dimir was really, really good. I just don't know... That I do remember. I don't know much else that I remember about this. Okay, Pollen Bright was good. Grim Initiate was surprising. It was decent. Callous Dismissal was great. This was a great card, but I can't take it here. We're gonna do Pollen Bright, I think. Over the Stinger. The Geode. Hi, Isaiah! Welcome, welcome! Oh, bugger! We could have had two Ob Nixilus's Cruelty. Alright, but we have a Spellgorger Weird here. That's... Oh, and a Conjurant. Interesting. And another Pollen Bright Druid. The problem with the Rioters is I'm now priced into taking, like, big dum-dums. Hey, thanks, Isaiah! Yeah, I can't wait to see you. I hope you have fun. Thanks so much for the raid. I hope you had fun tonight, too. I think we take the Spellgorger just because we have so many non-creature spells. Conjurant was nice, but... I think I want this. What the hell's that? Oh. I don't remember whether that was good. This was good. This was very good. This was very, very good. Yikes. I don't remember this being good. Soren's Thirst was good. Another spell. Oh, another Band Together. I think I want this spell culture weird. There was one more Band Together that could wheel. Ooh, 10th District. Oh, and the Pyro Helix. And the Honor the God Pharaoh. Hey, Griddle! Oh, this one's interesting. I think I need the stupid Arlen's Wolf. This is, like, eh. But it means the Rubble Belts are 3 power. Ooh, Domri's Ambush. And a Band Together. Damn. And actually the Crunch. The Raging Crunch! That card was great. No, it wasn't great, but it was fine. And I want it here because I need it because it's 4 power. This was a fun one. Another Band Together. 14 creatures. Yeah, okay. This card's good. You people! How dare you? You don't deserve nice things. Should have been in black. I shouldn't have. I would have gotten a couple Obnixiluses, but I shouldn't have. I think this was the correct way to go, but oh man. Grazier's only good on turn 1, basically. Or 2, if you have a bunch of lands. Found a copy of Ob's Cruelty. Nice. Oh, walking. That's great. Okay. Do I want to run this silly thing? I don't remember whether this was good. I'm just gonna avoid it for now. Yeah. Um. The greed is real with this deck. Alright. I'm gonna play a game of this and then we'll go on to the, looking at the rares and mythics. And seeing what synergy we have in the Dargon set. That mana's good. Hopefully we can survive. Okay, stop with the mana for now. No! Good card. Oh god! What is happening? The usual thing. I don't know why I ask anymore. No curve for us. Just land. I remember loving that card. That card's good. We have that card ourselves. This card won't take care of it. Okay, so we've drawn like the least powerful part of our deck. No, they saw the line. God damn it, I hate them. All right, time to whip out my Cyclops, rather. Another Paradise Druid? What's that like? Take another 6. I mean, they're tapped out for except for 1 green, which could be a giant growth, which would stop this from being good. We just play our... I whipped out my Cyclops! Now what, genius? For a deck with so many planeswalkers, we're really bad at drawing planeswalkers. Oh, that card's stupid. No, come on. All right, well, apparently 17 lands is way too many lands. Also, like 5 planeswalkers is apparently too few to like draw one in the top half of your deck. Oh, that's useless here. We've drawn literally the worst of our deck, basically, save for the band together. Like, this is impressively bad. No, hero, no. Oh, that makes me upset. Oh. Pneumonia. Mm. Yeah, we have that card too. We can't find it.
Leave the Golgari now. Oh, I'm running out of room to store my trophies.
And that card.
Every pebble is a soldier in my army.
Yeah, I definitely still lose.
The shadows. For now.
Well, we finally found a planeswalker, like a good part of our deck, which is most of our deck, but there we are. Oh well, I mean, our deck is way better than it's playing right now. Definitely. But, hopefully we can play more and have fun. Oh. Very dead. Yep. Okay, so 2 Paradise Druids on the other side there was super sweet for them. It's a little bit abysmal to draft. It's a like heavy planeswalker format, and that makes it really gross. So yeah, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 planeswalkers, and we drew like we needed the like there were so many things that would have been so good to draw there, but no. Drew too many land. I am running 41 to 17. Yeah, this is still right, but ugh. Dead. Alright, let's try one more of those. I managed to get close despite that, because I could have gone face, they would have been at 2. Despite that, you know, flood in the beginning and no curve. And 1 planeswalker drawn at the end when we were already dead. Oh well. Okay, not too bad. But yeah, War of the Spark, as I recall, like, and hearing from other people, like, I drafted it only in stores, so I don't know what it was like online. But from what I recall, it's not the pinnacle of drafting. It's kind of miserable because it's a ton of, you know, planeswalker bombs, and little planeswalkers that just get accrue value, and so it's a little rough. And as was pointed out, like Dimir was very, very strong. The amass mechanic was really, really nice, and the blue to back it up for tricks and shit was nice. And I can't draw, like... Oh boy. Come on, deck. Give me a land. Don't mess me up with lands twice. Thank you.
Step out of the shadow. Keep your friends close. Kill your enemies.
Okay. Our best draw is a mountain, actually, if we're not going to draw like Bloomhawk. Bloomhawk or something like that. So that we can double spell these.
How you lived is how you'll die.
I don't think I'm gonna run this out here. I want to do stuff with this. This gets more powerful if the weird survives and gets bigger from this. Okay.
Nobody appreciates my handiwork.
I can kill the Visionary going 1 to face. I don't know what they have, which is weird. I don't want to do it during combat, because then they could just do counterspells or something. So I do miss out on 1 damage, but I do not want to have them, like, bounce this in response. Not get the 3 damage in. Healy. They have a wrath? Or some way to deal with 2 creatures? Demir was probably the best. Stop! Alright, so they have removal for that, which is gonna suck when this happens. Oh well. The no escape was nice for them. Alright. So they're gonna wait until I attack to do this. It's gonna be 0 damage. Lovely. What? Commence the fucking endgame. Oh, that card's dumb. Oh, hate it. That card's stupid. Nah, my other Rebel Belt Riders. Wait, they just got commence the endgame back? Oh, fuck that. We're done. Yeah, the blue cards were dumb, and the black cards were dumb.
Every fight makes me stronger. The mysteries of life are endless.
To commence the end games is not something you usually win against. Ugh.
Not bad for a mouse.
Having it all is toxic, yes. Oh, if this is time wipe, I'm gonna be so pissed. I've already played 2 rares. I hate everything. This is totally my luck in any format. It's just like the opponent will literally have it all. Ah, that sucks balls. Wait, can I not play creatures? Wait, what's happening here? Hello? Chat? What did they do that I can't play creatures? Oh, this is not a creature. This is not the 1/3 that I thought it was. Oh, okay. I thought it was... I was like... I thought it was the alchemist dude. Okay. Yeah, so opponent has everything. That's fun. And another rare. That's 4 rares so far? Yeah, thanks, I hate it. Okay, this gets countered. But I have to try. This is so stupid. Double commence the endgame, time wipe, Tomic, ugh, fuck this. It's so hard. No, this isn't up to 3 rares. I think this is a normal draft where you get 1 rare. That's why this is so stupid. That's why, like, I don't know how I found this person. This sucks. This game was miserable. The only blue player at the table. Well, also only blue-white. Like, this is the stupid... Okay, fuck you. This sucked. Our deck is good. But I can't compete with that. Someone handed them 4 broken rares that they hit in the top half of their library. Three that they hit in the top half of their library, and the rest was like they were down to like 9 cards. Or 7 by the end, but it didn't matter. We should have been able to pressure them, but obviously time wipe me. And we did, but like time wipe is not a card I can beat. And then double commence the end game is also a card you shouldn't be able to beat. That card is stupid in this format. It's a bomb. Oh, that was stupid. And I'm upset and angry and I want to play this deck. We had to mulligan that one as well. I can't even get 2 colors in my opening hand most of the time. This fucking sucks. I've had to mulligan 2 out of the 3. Ugh, okay, we'll keep this, but oh man. I also can't get a curve, and oh man, this hurts. This is really painful. Do I want a 2/2 here in case we draw the hasty? I think I have to. Even though I like putting proliferate counters on here, I think we just make a 2/2. Because it makes the, why don't we have untapped happening here? Forget what has flash in this. Oh, it's Gideon's Reproach or something like that? Yeah, get the color screw out before the 3-color set. Oh.
I've lost so much already. I won't lose more. Have you ever lost a home?
Well, we weren't going to draw a land. It's Gideon's Triumph, not Reproach. Sorry, I forgot this set doesn't have... The Reproach is like the 4 damage spell or something. This is just the uncommon. Prison Realm. Cool.
Not dead yet.
Can I have a land? Nope. Maybe I should play the wolf out before I play the Nissa, but I really... Oh, wait, I did the grizzly out before I play the Nissa, but I think this was fine. Could I have a green source next? Feather? Fucking hell.
I didn't start this fight, but I will finish it. I'll squash you like a roach.
She's fine. She's not great. I was holding up the activation of the Grizzly as well. Stop with the fucking red land! Why is the deck like determined to lose? This is fantastic. Two prison realms is kind of cray-cray. they didn't take Grizzly? That's good for us. Oh, good. Prismite.
I will have revenge for Zendikar.
Oh, this deck. This deck is doing things. Yeah, Prismite is actually useful. You are correct. Fine.
Your corpse will make a nice souvenir. If you need my services, it may cost you more than just money.
Hey, Griddle! Aw, I wanted to pump my Planeswalker. Oh well.
I won't forgive this.
Fine. Found my green sources!
But we could be much greater together. If I have to light the way, I will.
Perish
Oh.
without me then.
What? Ah. Okay, read cards. I did need to send 2 at her, but like this, I need to send, no, I actually still need to send, I could have sent Burning Prophet here, but then they just block there, but I have to make sure that I kill that, so it can't easily kill my stuff, the next turn.
Looks worse.
My stuff's actually quite tiny.
Now do you see the benefits of peace?
Yeah, I do have lethal if I kill the light shield, but I want to actually play this deck. I want to see what it has in it. I want to play the deck. I can Domri's Ambush using the Burning Prophet, which gives it +1/+0, and this gives it +1/+1, and that would be lethal. But if they drew something cool, I wanted to continue playing the cards in this deck, because frankly, I didn't get much of the chance in the previous 2 games. I'm well aware. That's why I did that. Like, I'm well aware. I just want to play more cards. Why? I have 2 planes in this deck. We cannot get a mountain and a forest in the opening hand, save that first hand. No, we still have cube. We still have cube available to us. This is such a risky keep. Why would you kill my little baby? How am I drawing only mountains in this deck? What the fuck is happening? I don't understand. We only have 3 more mountains in the deck and 8 forests. And I can't kill that sucker. Son of a bitch. This makes me upset. It was a slightly risky keep, but it wasn't that risky. It was a Pestermite. We had the Heartfire to sacrifice the Pestermite once it was no longer useful. We had the Pyrohelix for the first thing in theory. But no. And we had time to draw green, which is our primary color, because we have 8 sources of it. I really hate playing this naked. I could wait in Pyrohelix, but the Heartfire is not good here because we don't have a creature to sacrifice. Prismite was going to be that for us. These are miserable draws. This card could end stalemates. Oh, they have our rare. Cool. They have our rare.
Turn back.
Hmm.
You can.
Okay. Well, I did something. I don't think we're winning this game, but I did something. Alright, I need no more lands for the rest of the game.
I'm not proud of.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Under my blade. Hold still.
And I drew a land. A mountain, to be specific, out of the 3 that were left in the deck. Oh god, this game hates me so much.
I'm good at killing, but I don't always enjoy it.
That's an interesting choice. Because the Wanderer could just exile that, but they can exile the next thing that I have that's big. Guess Arlen is our best draw. But we're not winning this.
With this fight.
Oh, good, a 1/4. Opponent's drawing their fucking nice cards. We have nice cards. And they had perfect mana on 4 colors. 3 colors, sorry, I should say. I fucking quit. One mountain left in the goddamn fucking deck. That's so fucking stupid. Oh, this deck is good, and I'm sad. We can run 3 colors. We got 2, but we had to mulligan every opening hand save 1, which we never, even in the final one, but I didn't, like, oh. 2 planes, and it gives us a plane every opening hand. Bar none. Sorry, save 1 that they gave us double mountain alone. Sorry, there was a hand that it gave us double mountain. Yarg. I just wanted to play cards. We still would have lost that game, but not by as much. I would have actually gotten to play cards instead of fucking mountains. Anyway, sorry, this is really pissing me off. That was really annoying. You know, open some packs. Misery, that draft. It's a beautiful draft. We had 2 planes for the Ajani and the little 2/1 fixer, and that was all we needed, but the arena's just like, I hate you. Your mother was a hamster. Your father smelled of elderberries. Ride's End here. Boom Mobile! Spin out over Strategist. Ugh. Bounce off? Ooh, try that. That's fun. Most of our opponents were running 3 colors. In that War of the Spark draft. Oh, that was heartbreaking. I don't want to do that again. I think we just go right to the review. Get excited about dragons. As excited as you get about certain formats, if Arena doesn't let you play, it's gonna be so shitty. Their cards were good. No one's suggesting otherwise. It doesn't matter. We have good cards too. We just can't find them. We can find fucking mountains. God damn it. I mean, 2 white sources for a powerful card like a Johnny when we ran into like 2 of them on opponents' boards as well. So Arena also found us like matchups where they had the same rares, except for that first one or whatever it was where they had like second one where they had, you know, 4 bombs in, well, 2 bombs in blue-white. Other cards that were just nutty too. Oh, I'm so angry right now. I don't even want to... Let's go look at the rares and mythics of dragons and be happy. Or maybe we'll be unhappy seeing these on the other side of the board. Oh yeah, I remember this stupid... Okay, so let's talk about this. Let's talk about this. Okay. Power creep is a thing. So this is a first look. Yeah, I think you can look at the cards. I think you're right, Shiver. But yeah, so this is a... Oh wait, we were using... There was another... I didn't look at it yet. Okay, but we have, anyway, a site... A review here. Okay, so this is a first look review. I have, in fact, seen Elspeth before and United Battlefront because they were posted on Twitter and Blue Sky. Actually, just Blue Sky. I don't read Twitter that much anymore. Thanks, Grim Loveland. Have fun. So this is a first look. I haven't seen these cards other than that. I don't know what they do. And apart from the ones that were spoiled right when we did the Magic Jank podcast for with a focus on Commander and Standard. Did a few of the spoilers there. But for the most part, this is my first time seeing them at all. I don't even know what they do. So here we go. Mainly, we focused on the uncommons and commons because that's the majority of what you're going to see in draft and sealed, which is the limited first look. And we're doing a limited first look at these. In the majority of the time these days with the power creep and the craziness, mainly you're just going to slam a rare. But the question is when you come between two rares, which ones you're going to choose and which ones... We're going to talk a little bit about what synergies in the set that we've seen from the commons and uncommons in them. Let's take a look. It's 81 cards. Is this correct? That sounds about right. Okay. All right. So let's take a look at these, and you can weigh in on your thoughts and see what you think is better than something else, and what we've seen support for. So this is Anafenza, Unyielding Lineage. Now the previous Anafenza was Abzan, and originally, and then mono white later. So we have this original Anafenza here. So this was the Abzan commander type idea, right? Wherein it was a 4/4. Whenever it attacked, you could put a +1/+1 counter on another target tapped creature you control. So she couldn't make herself bigger, but she could make other people bigger. If a creature card would be put into an opponent's graveyard from anywhere, exile it instead. That's a key ability, especially at a time when Delve or like other graveyard synergies were really powerful. So this was the original Anafenza. Later on, the Anafenza Kintree Spirit came, and this was 2/2. And this is whenever another non-token creature enters the battlefield under your control, bolster 1. So she dead, she now a spirit, right? So that was super sweet. I think this was during Dragons, or I think it was Dragons, not Fate. Let's check. Yeah, Dragons. And then current one, Anafenza Unyielding Lineage. So that's what we're looking at here. So it's still a 2/2. It costs 1 more, but that 1 more is colorless, which does make a difference. It's not as much of a commitment to white, which means this can be splashed in other things, and help you get more value off of those things. So this is a flash 2/2 first strike, which does resemble something we've seen before. We've got was it so it was a god, it wasn't Bridget, not Bridget, it wasn't Bridget, god, what was it called? Anyway, it's from Kaldheim, and it was a flash 2/2 with first strike, which did some good things. Sigrid, that's the one. Sorry, not Bridget, Sigrid. Thank you. So this is Sigrid God-favored. Flash first strike. And this did some crazy work too. It had that exile up to 1 target attacking creature, or blocking creature until it leaves the battlefield. That was nice. But this flash 2/2 business is always really nice in a format that has a bunch of little 1/1s attacking you. And this format has a ton of that. So you can expect to get pretty good value out of this just coming in on the basis of just its first strike 2/2 flash, right? Even though it's 3 cost. But the key part here is whenever another non-token creature you control dies, it endures 2. So it creates either a 2/2 white spirit creature token or puts 2 +1/+1 counters on itself. So it can become a 4/4 first strike. So this is a very, very powerful potential creature here, because if you lose a creature, you gain counters or another creature. And so this is just a really nice thing to have that option as well, because she allows you to go wide if you're losing a creature. So say, for example, you had the little, actually, let's go here and go. So if you have, for example, the little Doge, right? The like 1/2 here, when a creature enters, it endures 1. If you have this and a 1/1, you could perhaps chump with this card in order to have this go and do stupid things and become either a 4/4 first strike flash, or or 2 bodies for your next swing. So that can be really, really nice. So it's also, it doesn't trigger just once per turn. Notably, it does not trigger once per turn, and that's really key. It looks like it triggers as many times as a non-token creature you control dies. So the interesting part here is you can really change a combat by having Anafenza and the 8/8 that's swinging back the next turn, right? If a bunch of non-token creatures you controlled traded off or chumped. So this is pretty crazy. It can do some crazy things. Hydro Talk, you had a good start? Nice. So this is really, really cool. And for now, we're gonna rate it as a, you know, a middle of the high. We're only gonna be, there's gonna be stuff we think is unplayable potentially, although that's rare. There's gonna be stuff that mostly the rares and mythics tend to be in the high range. It'll be highest of the high, which is gonna be like the S tier crazy stupid crap, like the Elspeth that we're gonna talk about in two cards. And then you have the middle, which is just really, really, really strong. And then you have the low end, which is a decent card that's going to do good things. That's better than most of the uncommons and commons, but is, you know, less crazy than the others. So we have also things that are going to be in the mid tiers as well. This one is close. So because it has this really big capability of striking back for lethal on a big turn, like if you get it late, it's good early and late because again, more non-token creatures you control might be dying that turn. This thing I think is in is in the middle of the high. I don't think I want to put it at low. So Clarion Conqueror, 3 mana 3/3, because it's also perfectly splashable. 3 mana 3/3 flying, activated abilities of artifacts, creatures, and planeswalkers can't be activated. So this is a good ROI on a 3/3 flyer. 3 mana for a 3/3 flyer is great. There's so many flyers in this, but a 3 mana 3/3 is nice. So that's a good ROI. The activated abilities of artifacts, creatures, and planeswalkers can't be activated mean that your deck is going to be, you can either build around it, but you don't have to build around that much because this thing's gonna die. Like, people are gonna have to target a 3/3 flyer in the air. Like, that's just something that's gonna happen. So this is a nice aggressive card. I'm gonna put it on the low end of high because it is, you know, perfectly useful, right? But you're gonna take Anafenza over it. It's perfectly useful. It's a dragon. It can trigger your Behold. It is a 3/3 flyer that they're going to have to answer, so you don't really need to worry too much, even if you have activated abilities of artifacts, creatures, and planeswalkers. So that is nice. So you don't have to worry about this as much as you might think, because again, this is going to be a target for removal. You're going to be, in theory, getting in the air if possible. There will be other dragons, etc., that can eat it or can do other things. So it is a nice one because even if you don't play it, again, you can use it for all the Behold things and dragon synergies. So again, it's not a super high pick at all, and it's not even a medium level of the high picks. It is on the lower level of high picks, but it's still perfectly useful, and it's not going to go down to the mid level picks. You're still going to take this over almost all uncommons and commons. So this card is stupid. You windmill slam this. If you are in the second pack, you're probably going to shift to be in this color. I don't know what to say more about that. This is an S tier bomb. Elspeth doubles Endure tokens. It doubles the Warrior tokens that you get from mobilizing. It doubles her own goddamn tokens, pardon my French. And it is the 0 is just stupid. Like, the 0 is stupid. The 0 is nearly what her the old alt was on Elspeth Sun's champion. Actually, I'm gonna do another one, Scryfall here, for looking up the other things that aren't in this set. I can type. So, this is Elspeth Sun's champion. This is what happened in Theros. This was a bomb. It's still running cubes. It is still a really good card. But it was 6 mana, not 5. It created 3. For +1, it created 3. This one creates 2. Its -3 was destroy all creatures power 4 or greater. This one minuses 3 to destroy target creature and opponent controls mana value 3 or greater, which can in fact be better than destroying something with power 4 or greater, because this can actually take care of a really pestering Clarion Conqueror, for example, that might have been able to get in otherwise. Whereas this one could not have taken care of that. But the 0, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. Each creature. Those creatures gain flying until your next turn. So she protects herself as well from flyers by making your little poopers bigger and flying. Exactly, Zombob. +1 when you need a board. 0 when you have a board. Even if you just have one creature, she protects herself that way. And then if they have flyers, and then -3 when opponent has a board. Exactly. So this card is absolutely nutty, and I wish they hadn't printed it in limited. So I'm gonna drink my tea. There is no way that this card is okay. There's like, this is Sab Sunan again, like in limited, but even better. Like, I hate it. Thanks. I just know I'm going to be facing this over and over and over again, and I am not happy about it. This card is going right in one of my commander decks. It is fantastic. We're going to move on now. But Elspeth, as usual, is pushed. All right, Sage of the Skies. 3 mana, 2/3 flying lifelink. When you cast this spell, if you've cast another spell this turn, copy this spell. So, while I've had a lot to say, oh, right. Yeah, Totus. So she can't destroy the Clarion Conqueror if the Clarion Conqueror is... I meant something like the Clarion Conqueror with a 3/3 flyer. I wasn't referring to the activated abilities, because Clarion Conqueror does in fact shut down Elspeth. So Elspeth would not be able to activate to kill Clarion Conqueror. I apologize, I didn't make that clear. You are absolutely correct. We should make that clear. She cannot destroy Clarion Conqueror, because Clarion Conqueror means that she cannot activate her abilities. But I meant something like that would be pressuring her as a flyer, like a 3/3 flyer for 3, blah, right? So apologies, and we should make that clear. Thank you for reminding me. But yes, to specify. So Sage of the Skies, when you cast a spell, so as much as I've railed against the flurry mechanic, which I feel is, there are times where it's going to work and there are times where it really doesn't. So unlike all of the other sort of mechanics where you just keep playing Magic, it has to have more things go right to get the abilities to trigger. This is not one of those things. When you cast a spell, if you cast another spell this turn, copy the spell to have 2 flying lifelink 2/3s. This one you can save, and white has plenty of early drops to be able to, for a single turn, cast 2 spells. So that is perfectly fine. That is absolutely fine. And to have 2 3s for 3 mana is a good ROI. It is not a bomb in the same way that, of course, Elspeth is, and I think I like Anafenza still above it. Because there are so many flyers that are quite large at the time that you're going to be casting this, which I assume is probably, unless you get this at like a 1 mana spell plus this on 4, I think this is usually going to be a 5-drop. And there are a lot of flyers at 5 that are bigger than this, and that are going to make even 2 of them on the block be not great. So, it's a fine card. Incoming ad break in like 8 seconds. Thank you so much for sitting through it. I really appreciate it. It supports the stream. It's the only reason we have a stream. It's great. If there are other streamers on, I'm sure, so that are awesome right now. So please feel free to head over there to avoid the ads, or sitting through it really, really helps the stream. Or you can subscribe for free with Prime. Give me Bezos bucks. It's fun. Or subscribe the normal way with actual monies and avoid the ads. Make sure you refresh the stream though, so make sure that you don't get the ads at all. But yeah, so this thing is gonna, like, there's some attackers that are going to be problematic with it. But it's still fine. Like, it's better than a lot of the uncommons. So I'm still going to put it, I'm going to put it at the low end of high. I'm going to put it along with the Clarion. These are both good, right? I think Enofen's is still slightly stronger, and I think Elspeth is obviously strongest here. It's still a good card. In any other set, I would be so excited about this. But given that this is a dragons set with a ton of flyers that are big, that are powerful, this one I'm less excited about. Okay. Smile at Death. Okay, so there's Alicia, or Alicia. I'm so sorry if I'm mispronouncing her name. I've never been sure which one it is. Okay, so this is 5 mana as an enchantment. At the beginning of your upkeep, return up to 2 target creature cards with power 2 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Put a +1/+1 counter on each of those creatures. That is very powerful. The things that are going to, and obviously you can build around it, but a lot of the stuff in this is going to have 2 power anyway. There's a lot of 2 power spells that we've seen that can really make this card sing, so to speak. And the fact that it puts +1/+1 counters on those creatures, there's a lot of value to be gotten from having counters on creatures in general. In this, the one thing to note is that there are graveyard hate cards. There's a lot of graveyard hate, which again isn't always going to do enough to make this card not bonkers. But it's worth noting that there is a lot of graveyard hate. And the number of 2 power creatures that you can run in your deck is to some degree limited. So there are cards that you can prioritize to make this better, like Bearer of Glory. This card is great with that. Fortress Kingguard, really good because you get the ETB. You can return oh god, Tempest Talk. This is just commons, not uncommons as well. So it's a fun one. I think you can definitely build a little bit around it, but it's going to get you value most of the time anyway, except that it's a 5 mana do nothing on your turn. And I think that's really important to isolate. I think it's really important to note that Smile at Death is a 5 mana do nothing on your turn. It's at the beginning of your upkeep. So the ideal circumstance for this card is you swing with a bunch of creatures with 2 power, right? Get whatever value you can off the swing, play this card second main phase so they have less time to react to it and don't have time to organize their blocks based on the knowledge that this is happening. And then the next upkeep you get value off of it. But it kind of assumes that you've been curving out into it to be best. There are going to be times where you get this on 5 and you're under such pressure that it's not going to be good. Because 5 mana do nothings in limited these days, even 4 mana do nothings on that turn in limited these days, are really painful. So there are going to be times where this could just win the game, and there are going to be times where this is just not that good. And the high risk, high reward nature of it does mean that I'm actually going to put this at, I think, the upper end of mid. and I could be wrong about this, but I'm going to put this at the upper end of mid because I actually think you would prefer this Sage of the Skies over it, or the Clarion Conqueror over it. I think it can get... Oh, Vinny, thank you so much for the subscription! Hi, dude, thank you so much for your support of the stream. I think it can get value, absolutely. It could be bonkers. But again, there's artifact and enchantment removal. There is 3 years! Yay! You're so amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you. But again, so the fact that you can be, if you're on the back foot, this is going to be really rough, right? Pay 5 mana, do nothing, right? Or you are, or you just don't have the 2 power in your graveyard to do it more than like get 1 back, which is still not as great as you'd like, right? So I think this is a little bit conditional. I think it's probably an upper mid pick. It might even be less than that. I might be overvaluing it. But I think this is more of a commander card than anything. I think it's fantastic as a commander card. So again, you can weigh in with your thoughts and let me know what you think, but it's really a very, very powerful effect. It's just, it has to have a lot of things go right, and it does nothing when it enters the battlefield. So, yeah. So I'm going to put it at an upper mid because I think it can still get a lot of value, but I might be wrong. It might be like less than that. I don't think it's higher than that, but we'll see. If there were less enchantment removal, I would definitely value it a little bit. No. I mean, if the set's really slow, maybe, but it doesn't look really slow. Anyway, here we go. United Battlefront. So this is another one of the cards that I saw because people are comparing it to Coco. It is not, in my opinion, Coco. Anywhere near Coco. So Collected Company, for those of you who aren't aware, is this silly card. Look at the top 6 cards of your library. Put up to 2 creature cards with converted mana 3 or less from among them onto the battlefield. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in any order for 4 mana instant speed. Crazy. Absolutely nutty. And you can build around this in limited, but it's best in constructed, obviously. It does nasty things. Nasty hobbitses. Okay. United Battlefront is not that card. You get to look at the top 7 cards of your library, put up to 2 non-creature, non-land permanents with mana value 3 or less from among them onto the battlefield. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. This is not Coco. For standard, what I can see happening here is if you have a Simulacrum Synthesizer deck, this is probably going to be pretty good for it. Go find Simulacrum Synthesizers, put them into play, get lots of value. In limited, unless you have like a million of those like enchantments that exile things, right? The O-ring type effects, 3 common and white. You can see them here. Stormplane Detainment. It's just not going to be good. Yeah, put 2 beans into play. Yes. They haven't banned beans yet? Really? All right. But yeah, this is a constructed card at its best. I believe that you should, if you are in paper, take this card because I think it's going to be worth a little bit. Because I think the Simulacrum deck might want it. And somebody's probably going to find a way to break it. But I don't think you should ever take this highly unlimited on Arena because you can craft this card as much as you want. Yeah. Do not take this card. This, in my opinion, in limited is an F. Do not take this card. This card, I would take commons. Any common, like, basically over this. So, yes. So, again, in standard and maybe something other formats of constructed, absolutely do not take it in limited. All right, Voice of Victory. Your opponents can't cast spells during your turn. Mobilize 2. We have seen a number of counter spells in this. We haven't seen that many flash spells. There's one in white that's an uncommon, a Kyrian, I think it is. But we haven't seen that many. This does shut down your opponent from playing spells on your turn, but the main part about this is it's a 2-mana 1/3 with Mobilize 2, which means it can get in early for damage and pretty much shut down a bit of the instant speed interaction that's in the set for pump spells and counter magic and any flash cards that I have forgotten about. So it is a very good card in limited. It just gets value for 2 mana. So it's not particularly strong. It's still going to be on the low end of high along with the Sage and the Clarion in terms of just like this card's better and then this card's nuts. But it's still going to be, I think I would value it still at the low end of high. I think it doesn't make it to the mids. I think it's still really good because, again, it just really inconveniences opponent that they cannot play on your turn. And it does have that Mobilize too. Again, the Mobilize is so valuable because there are so many things that take advantage of sacrificing these tokens and getting value from them. So, and just, again, getting in for a little bit of extra damage chipped in at the beginning of the game, or if it can't attack until later, getting a couple more creatures in at the end. So there's a common that does damage equal to the number of creatures you control. And again, if you just want to get in, it helps you do that, right? So just attacking with that one card gives you 3 creatures, which gives this 3, makes this 3 damage. So it is a good card, in my opinion. Like, I don't think it makes it to the mid. I think it's on the lower end of high, but I think it is still a really good card. Okay. So, Ambling, rocking out, yeah. Ambling Stormshell. So this is a callback to, okay. It's another word that's similar to ambling. It was fantastic. Shambling, I think it was. No. There's a lot of shamblings. Oh god, what was it? It was a turtle. Let's just go for turtle. It was from Khans itself. It was green. It was 5 mana. Lumbering? No. Meandering. There we are. Meandering Tower Shell. So this is harkening back to Meandering Tower Shell. This one was Island Walk 5/9. When it attacks, exile it. Return to the battlefield on your control tapped and attacking at the beginning of the declare attacker step on your next turn. So it was a fun one. So this is harkening back to that. But this is a 5 mana 5/9 just like that with Ward 2 now. Ward 2, so it can't be targeted unless you pay 2. Whenever this creature attacks, put 3 stun counters on it and draw 3 cards. That is very different from the other turtle. This is a pretty cool turtle, if I do say so myself. It is a 5 mana 5/9, so the 9 but means that nothing's getting through it that I've seen on the ground in the commons and uncommons. There might be something in the rares, but nothing's getting through this as far as I've seen on the ground, which means, and it's got Ward 2, which means it's difficult to take care of. So, and at some point you can attack with it to draw 3 cards. Now, whenever you cast a turtle spell, untap this creature to start removing the stun counters is pretty cool. So they get better in multiples. What is the likelihood of that? I don't know. We'll see. I haven't seen any other turtles in this set. Let's look at all the turtles to see. I only looked up green turtles. Let's look up all turtles. Hold on. Is turtle. Let's go blue and green. Search with these options. Oh wait, it's and. Let's see. Blue, green. We should do or. Yeah, we just talked about that. Alpaca. Okay, so is turtle. Let's try that. Is that what they do for ore? Yes, good. Okay. No, welcome. Welcome. I just wanted to make sure that you knew that we were cool enough to like get that reference. Okay. So within the set, we're just looking for this symbol. We don't see any more, I don't think. Not so far. Yeah, unfortunately, this is the only turtle we have in this set, so only in multiples are you going to get to maybe remove a stun counter. That doesn't really matter. It's a good card for blue, which wants to control the board, and for 5 mana for a 5/9, that's fine. And so drawing 3 cards, super epic as well. I like this card. I think it's really good for blue. Even though it's not flying, it doesn't have the flying butt. But it's got the ground butt, so that's fine. So I'm gonna go with lower end of high, approximately on par with the Sage, Clarion, etc. But it could be higher. I don't know. So again, we have so Sage, Clarion, Voice, Ambling all at the lower end. This on the upper end of mid. This is unplayable, and Offenses at the middle of the high, and this is the stupidest. Okay. Yeah, anyone hitting with the hand social recall, yes. So like maybe this is middle of the high. I don't know. I'm not sure yet. I think the fact that it doesn't fly or in blue is, you know, on 5 mana is a little bit difficult to like or deal with flyers on 5. I don't know. We'll see. There could be plenty of other stuff to do with stuff, but all right, Dragonologist. Dragonologist is a 3 mana 1/3. When this creature enters, look at the top 6 cards of your library. You may reveal an instant, sorcery, or dragon card from among them and put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order, and untapped dragons you control have hexproof. Okay, so a 3 mana 1/3 is no good in limited, normally. So let's think about exactly how good 6 cards to get an instant, sorcery, or dragon card from among them is. Now, we've had similar things in terms of like Augur of Bolas, looking at the top 3 cards. That whiffed a lot in limited. So, flying turtles, unless on Dominaria, yeah. That old hexproof turtle that flew, that you put the flight on, it was so good. Okay, so this card, the 6 cards does make a difference over 3. An instant or sorcery or dragon card. I think this card is going to be fine in this set. I think it probably has a decent chance of hitting something. It might whiff. There is definitely that possibility. Because again, you are playing 40 card deck, which is less, so that's nice for hitting 6 for something. But instant sorcery or dragon card, there's a lot of things where we're running enchantments here over our instants and sorceries because they are the basis of the removal in this set a lot of the time. I think this card obviously is going to be best in, I think it's going to be best, honestly, in Grixis as opposed to even Jeskai, where I think it's supposed to be. But I could be wrong. I think the white instants and sorceries that you can fetch up are less important than the white enchantments that are removal. And so I think actually Grixis is going to benefit from this most. But again, if you have Dimir, I think would be the best place for this card. But I'm adding the red just because I think some of the red instants are still pretty serviceable. Dragon cards, yeah, we've got some. People are going to be competing heavily over them, but the dragon cards are pretty sweet, and I think you can maybe find those. But I think that this will shine most in Dimir or Grixis. Again, Grixis isn't a supported 3-color thing, but you could splash. and see how this goes. I know, Drink Grease, this is my Tarkir. Exactly. It's not supported, but it is something that I think this is the best with. And again, oftentimes in cons, you can splash a fourth color for like one card or something like that. So there is a possibility that you will see Grixis colors. That said, but anything like this with blue-red or this with blue-black, I think is probably its best showing. I still think it's probably going to be an upper mid pick as opposed to a lower high pick. But yeah. So I think this is an upper mid, just like the Smile at Death, which again, I may be overvaluing this card. And I may be overvaluing this card. It might be a mid-mid, but I don't think it's a high pick. I think it's decent, but not there. So again, if you see, right, any of, Clarion, Sage, Ambling, Voice, I would take them over this card. So 6 cards is a lot of, we mentioned that. Yeah, it's a lot to look at. Again, you're running a 40 card, 6 cards is a lot. But again, I mentioned that a lot of the instants and sorceries, they're not the way we're doing removal in this a lot of the time. Or anything super impactful a lot of the time in white, for example, because white wants to run the enchantment-based removal a lot of the time. It does have, right, coordinated Osseous and a couple other tricks, but it's just not, those aren't as impactful as finding full-on unconditional removal. And the unconditional removal in white is the enchantments, the Stormplane and the uncommon thing. And so the best rewards for running this card are going to be not necessarily in white, for example, or green. Yeah, in a heavy prowess, sure. But like, yeah, again, you can. This is a not assuming your deck is nutty full of dragons, right? Like this is not. There are going to be other cases for this card, but we're thinking about first pick, first pack right now, okay? In terms of like, okay, this card is stronger than this card in a vacuum, right? So we're discussing the situations in which this excels, right? And we're not counting if you have like, oh, look, I have Meringue River Regent and I have, Scavenger Regent and I have, like, so again, yes, if you run no lands and only spells, this does become a lot. Exactly. Thank you. So anyway, I'm putting this on the upper mid. It could even be mid-mid. Obviously, I think it's a lot better when you see it later on the pack and you've already found out that you're going to be fitting the qualifications for it. Yeah. This is just conditional in a way that doesn't allow it to be on the same par, like, as, Clarion, Sage, Shambling, and Voice. Like, that's just, in my opinion. Again, you can differ, you can rate these cards differently than I do. This is just me when we're just discussing what, seems to be the most likely cases for this card in a vacuum. So Meringue River Regent, this is a 6 mana, 6/7 flying. When it enters, return up to 2 other target non-land permanents to owner's hand. This is a freaking bomb. Take it. And then you also have Coil and Catch, which is a 4 mana instant omen to draw 3 cards, discard a card. This is a stupid card, and you should just, bananas is the term. So I actually think this is, it's not Elspeth. Elspeth is beyond stupid compared to this, but I also don't think it's Anafenza. I know it's 6 mana, but it also has a 4 mana potential play here. So I feel like this is an S tier card still, but it's not Elspeth. Elspeth is still better, but I think this card is still broken in limited. It is still broken. This is a 6/7 flyer that gives you 2 pieces of tempo. It is so dumb. So dumb. And the fact that it also has just this little bit of upside where if you only have 4 mana, oh, whoops, I draw 3 cards and discard a card at instant speed. Woo. Yeah. So this is a high end of high pick. Along with Elspeth, but it's not as good as Elspeth. We'll just clarify. So again, if you see this card in the early parts of pack 2, you might consider switching. It is a very, very, very good card. And it has cool art, which is extra special. All right. Naga Flesh Crafter. 4 mana snake shapeshifter. You may have this creature enter as a copy of any creature on the battlefield. So this is a clone. And it's a clone that, unlike the recent clones that we've had, doesn't have to only target your cards. Snake Shifter, yes. This doesn't have to target only your cards. When we've had a lot of ones recently that only have to target your cards. So this can enter as a copy of any creature on the battlefield, and if your opponent has bombs, that's kind of nice. Well, you don't want your opponent to have bombs, but if they have a powerful card. Let's say they have a powerful card that you can totally handle. This is great because you get a copy of it. Now that said, you also get value once this dies, which is, 3 mana, exile this card from your graveyard, put a +1/+1 counter on target non-legendary creature you control. Each other creature you control becomes a copy of that creature until end of turn. Activate only as a sorcery. In my opinion, this is this best use cases for this is going to be in a green-blue deck, in which you copy something big, and then all your creatures are attacking for a ton of damage. It isn't sort of onboard trick in that case. Unless you play a 5/5 and then have 3 mana extra to renew and make all your creatures 5/5s, or rather 6, 5/5s because the +1 goes on target that. Okay, but yeah, so this is pretty sweet. And it is 4 mana for a clone. Again, the other clones that we've seen usually have some sort of upside or are 3 mana, but they do only target your own things. So this is really nice in a big dragon set because you can at least get your own big dragon, and then later can maybe get value. So this is a fun one. Notably, for constructed, there's some cool stuff that it can do. So yeah. What happened to Jim Davis? What do you mean? What happened to Jim Davis? Is Jim Davis okay? What are you talking about? I think he was sick for a while. But he's planning on being in the early access event. Was the last I knew. Rat of Gloom, what's happening? You're freaking us out here. Oh, my name is Gloomy. Oh, they're memeing? Oh, okay. All right. Anyway, Stillness in Motion. A meme from the Wizards chat coverage. Oh, interesting. I hear you. Okay. Okay, so Fleshcrafter, I think, is still for all that, right? For all that, I think it's still an upper mid pick or a lower high pick. Hi, Link. Lim, sorry. I'm sorry if I'm doing that. But okay. They used to joke about how Jim Davis got disqualified was total nonsense. Fair. Jim Davis is wonderful. Okay, so I think this is gonna be an upper mid. But it could graduate to a lower end of high. Thunder of Unity. No, haven't seen it. So yeah, so I think this is going to be an upper mid or lower end. It could graduate to lower end of high. I'm not absolutely sure, but it's not as powerful as many of these other ones so far. Yeah, we had somebody tell us that already. It was pneumonia, they said. That makes me very, very sad. Good dude. Great movies. Extremely talented actor. But yeah. Oh. Anyway, sorry. I will try and pick up the thing. Okay, so Stillness in Motion, 2 mana. At the beginning of your upkeep, mill 3 cards. Then if your library has no cards in it, exile this enchantment and put 5 cards from your graveyard on top of your library in any order. So... You don't know? Oh, yeah. Okay, so did you ever watch Tombstone or Real Genius or Top Gun or etc.? There's so many, sorry. Willow, yeah. Batman Returns. You've seen Top Gun? Okay, so remember the blonde dude in that? Oh yeah, The Doors. He played, yep. Morrison. Yeah, he played Ice in Top Gun. He wrestled with I think it was throat cancer. And we met Ice Kill Kill Bang Bang. Kill Kill Bang Bang. Oh god, he was so good in that. Kiss Kiss Bang Bang. It was Kiss Kiss Bang Bang, not Kill Kill. I'm thinking of something else. No, Vanilla Ice is definitely not. Vanilla Ice was singing in Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. All right, anyway. So Stillness in Motion. So mill 3 cards. So this is interesting because there's so much stuff that gets value out of the graveyard. There's Renew, there's Harmonize, there's cards that depend on like an uncommon 2/3 flyer in blue that depends on exiling 2 cards from your graveyard to gain card advantage. There are cards that care about cards leaving your graveyard, and cards can't leave your graveyard if you don't have any cards in the graveyard. So there is a deck for the Stillness in Motion. There is a mill deck, a self-mill deck for and a Graveyard Matters deck that does really like Stillness in Motion. That said, this is a bit of a niche sort of archetype that wants this mill 3 cards every turn. I think this is probably not going to be a high pick. I'm sorry. I think it's fine. And I think there are some decks that are really going to want it. And I think some decks are going to be so happy once it wheels to them. Is all I'm going to say. I think that this is probably a middle of the mid to low mid pick. Because I think it's going to wheel to you when you want it. Like, I think if you're in the deck, I think so. I could be wrong. Like, if you look at, let's see. I want the advanced thing here. I want commons and uncommons. I don't want to select a color. I do want dragons. So if we search with these options, and so you have so many Renew. You obviously, this is the Aegis Sculptor I was talking about that cares about exiling 2 cards from your graveyard. So you've got Renew. This is another one that gets value out of when things leave your graveyard. So again, you want stuff heavily filling your graveyard to leave your graveyard later. You get a +1 counter on this creature. You can run, recursion if necessary to get stuff back that went to the graveyard that you can't use. You've got harmonized stuff that can make it in there. I think Teamer wants this card most, obviously. But you could do some Sultai as well. Well, Sultai is actually, I think Teamer's best with it, but Sultai is really good too. Yeah, there's a lot of really good stuff that can make use of the graveyard and or be useful from the graveyard. So I think you don't take it highly. I think once you've built that deck, you could. Or you could meme and just take it highly and go from there and try to take every like Graveyard Matters card. But the problem is you have to draw it and it's not constructed. So if you don't draw it, then if you built your entire deck around it, it can weaken your deck. So I'm going to go with mid to low mid on this. And you can do as you wish with that. So Taigam. Okay, we've got Taigam. Taigam used to be really good. Well, hold on. So this was the Ojutai Master that was the first one. Yeah, right? Yule Prince. No, that was a commander. Okay, hold on. What was Taigam's first print? It was just Taigam's Strike and Taigam's Scheming. We never had a card for it until now. Besides this and this. What is this? this was commander too. Okay. Anyway, Tygam's gonna be given the first. Wait, wasn't there a Jeskai one? Not a Jeskai, but like, wasn't there a blue? Oh no, I'm not thinking of Soulflower Grandmaster. I'm thinking of. I think I'm thinking of one starting with a Y. Hold on. I think I'm thinking of a particular card. So I need to go. It was Fate. It might have been Dragons, but Oh, I'm thinking of Shuyun. That's why. I'm thinking of Shuyun. Okay. They look very different, but still. All right, so Tygam's getting its first printing as a monocolored card. No, Soulflower Grandmaster was a 1 colorless, 1 white, and it had Jeskai 2 and a double blue or double red, I think it was, and you could double your instants and sorceries or something like that. That one was a really great card that was played in Standard at the time. So Tygam, 2 mana 2/2 Flurry. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, copy it, then exile the spell you cast with 4 time counters on it. If it doesn't have suspend, it gains suspend. Okay, there are definitely uses for this. I think it's going to be on the lower... Well, sorry. I think it's going to be on the lower end of high. It's a really cool, really unique design. So actually, I think it might be in the middle of the high, because I really think you can get this to go off once very happily. At the very least, right? Before... It's just... The problem with it is it's a 2/2. And there's so many things that kill that before you can get value out of it. So you kind of ideally want to hold on to it until you can play you can guarantee yourself to play two spells the next turn. So I think that there are going to be some crazy times where you can do it on turn 3, where you have there are a couple of 1-drops in blue that are pretty fun to play. And in red and in white, but mostly red and blue. So if I go sort by color, this card, Ringing Strike Mastery can do it. Technically this can do it. This the only purpose of this card is to enable the Flurry decks. Same with Stride. So you need to have a 2-drop plus this, or 2 mana spell plus these. You could do that and be okay. In red, there's in particular you want Channeled Dragon. No, sorry, not that one. Fleeting Effigy. Fleeting Effigy is one of the better ways I can think of to trigger that on 3, is play this on a 2-drop or something like that. Channel Dragonfire will also do it. Notably, both of those are uncommons. So in red, I mean, technically you could be pressed into playing this stupid card. It's not good. Compared to, I mean, you can do it. It's no Ferocious Charge or whatever it was. But yeah. So there are ways to do it. There are ways to do it on 3. I would probably be more likely to play it on 3, like try to play it on 3 so that I could guarantee myself a double spell next turn, and give my opponent the least amount of time to remove it. So again, you get to have the copy of the spell. So the first one will, like this, the copy will resolve. The other one will go with 4 counters, so you'll get it 4 turns later, which again is a little bit slow. But it could work. This could be the first spell, exactly. So you could play, again, waiting to play it on 3 might get you the ability to do it plus, one of those 1 mana things. But again, a 1 mana thing that's going to happen 4 turns later is not necessarily that impressive. It is free, so that's nice. But you have to be a little careful about this one, and overvaluing this effect. So, depending on how fast this set is, this card will go up or down in our estimation. I'm currently going to put it at low end of high, as opposed to middle of high. I don't think it will ever make it to S tier bomb, or higher of the high, or even A. I think it's just solid, but not, and better than a lot of commons and uncommons, but I think it's going to be on the lower end of high. We'll see how that actually works out. So, Winter Night Stories, 3 mana, draw 3 cards, then discard 2 cards unless you discard a creature card. That seems worth it. Especially since so many of the creature cards have renew. This is a great card. I'm going to go with lower end of high. But it's really nice. That's really nice. I like this card. Well, this card is very good. I don't know whether I want to put that higher. It's not a 4/4/1 necessarily. So it's 3 mana, it spends a card itself, right? So that's 1 card expended. Then you discard a creature card. Let's at best case scenario, right? You discard a creature card. That's 2 cards expended for 3 cards. Do you see? So you do have Harmonize, you can do it again, but again, it's still gonna be it's so that in that case it's better. But you do have to count the either 5 mana or tapping a creature as a cost. You have to think about it that way. So I think still it's on the low end of high, but I think it might be middle of the high. I'm not sure. We'll have to see how it plays out. It seems very strong to me. Absolutely. That's why it's not going in the upper end of mid. These days, upper end of mid is still pretty damn strong. So I'm gonna go low end of high, but it could be middle of the high as well. It could make it up to there. Avenger of the Fallen, 3 mana, 2/4, Death Touch, mobilize X, where X is the number of creature cards in your graveyard. And just put the Stillness in Motion in your deck. Okay. Okay, I like this card. This card is sick. Take it. Death Touch 2/4s are already pretty sweet. The fact that it mobilizes is pretty nice. I'm gonna go with middle of the high here on this one. Just because this is exactly what you want to be able to get in and keep poking for damage is just really, really sweet. And keep getting mobilized tokens. Because nobody wants to block this card easily, and the fact that it has Death Touch already is super sweet. There are plenty of tricks for it to prevent it from dying. I like this card. Well, I think yeah, that's a really good card. Okay, Carsey. Okay, ooh. Why did they have to make Vampire Nighthawk better? I mean, they already did it once, to be fair. To draft the cube draft to come back so you can play Aristocrats. Yeah, this card is so good. So this card is great. So Carsey Revenant is so we've had Vampire Nighthawk recently in Foundations. So we've seen this. This was a 3 mana 2/3 flying light Death Touch lifelink. At the time, that was an unbelievable ROI. It was so sick when it was first printed. And ever since then, it's still been great in limited every time you've seen it. We have also had a vampire that had a star here. And it was even better. It was a rare, thank goodness. And now we have this. The Carsey Revenant, which on the same theme. Yeah, Nighthawk Scavenger, that's, I'll bring it up. So this was the next iteration. It was printed in Zendikar Rising. And it was flying, Death Touch, lifelink, power is equal to 1 plus the number of card types among cards in your opponent's graveyards. So almost always it was going to be at least a 3/3. It was so good. It was so good. And then we have Karsi Revenant. Flying, Death Touch, lifelink, 3 mana, 3/3, because just reasons. And then you also get upside from the graveyard. 3 mana, exile this card from your graveyard, put a flying counter, a Death Touch counter, and a lifelink counter on target creature. Activate only as a sorcery. This is a stupid, stupid card. It is again middle of the high. It is it might graduate into the top tier along with the River Regent. But I think it's middle of the high because we have -3/-3. Where's my -3/-3? Okay, so so let's talk about this. It does enable this card alone. So you should remember that these two cards work really well together. So this is flying, Death Touch, lifelink, and then remember it adds those 3 different counters to a creature. And this, as long as there are 3 or more different kinds of counters among creatures you control, this creature gets +2/+4 and becomes a 6/6. That can then be recast and add a counter to a creature itself. So this card goes very, very well with this card. So yeah, and having counters on creatures again, or putting counters on creatures, is very good for green. Green rewards that a lot, among other colors. So I think, but the fact that there is, let's go back one. Yeah. The fact that there's Caustic Exhale at common, the fact that this exists at common does make this one a little bit more, a little bit lower on the tier. So I think this is going to still be a middle of the high pick as opposed to the highest of the high. So that's my take on that one. Now we're gonna get to another Windmill Slam. This creature, take it. This is the highest of the high. And here's why. So you have got a 2 mana 5/5 trample with Decayed. So it can't block. And when it attacks, you have to sacrifice it once it's dealt damage. So at end of combat. But its Renew. Its Renew is X and 2 black, and you exile the card from your graveyard. You put a Decayed counter on each of up to X target, well, each of X target creatures, we should say, not up to, but X target creatures. You activate only as a sorcery. What this does is it stops your opponent's creatures from being able to block. Okay? It stops X creatures from your opponent from being able to block. And in your aggressive deck, that is unbelievable. Your aggressive deck that has already attacked with a 5/5 on trample on turn 3, perhaps, right? Or has saved it for a turn where it attacks really well, right? This stops your opponent's creatures from blocking to get in that final attack, or to get in, near lethal, whatever you need. It's stupid. Beyond that, even in a non-aggressive deck, it makes your opponent's creatures able to attack only once. Deal their damage and then get sacked. This card is excellent. And it is excellent and constructed. This goes in like every black EDH deck ever. This card is dumb. Take it. So this is a high pick. All right, Scavenger Regent, 4 mana, 4/4 flying, ward, discard a card. Already, that's dumb. There's a lot of graveyard hate, but it's still not weak to graveyard hate. And you have a ton of Harmonize, you have a ton of Renew, there's all sorts of things. You can't only factor in graveyard hate when you decide to play or not play certain cards. So, Scavenger Regent, 4 mana, 4/4 flying, ward, discard a card, but you can also exude Toxin, which is a sorcery omen. Each non-dragon creature gets -X until end of turn, so it is a potential wrath for non-dragons. So it is this is a nice controlling card, and it's going to be best in, Sultai, most likely. But it's still just fine as an aggressive card at 4 for a 4/4. So, this card is also, on the high end of high. I think it's just a really stupid card. Yes, there are a ton of dragons, but this is so important against aggressive decks. Or even just if you were on the back foot as an aggressive deck yourself, this Exude Toxin is so stupid. So I'm going to go with a high of high here too. So far on the high end of high, we've had Regent, Rakshasa, this Regent, and Elspeth. This has been on the mid end of high, and so has have Avenger and Karsi. So the Sidisi, Regent of the Mire, 2 mana, 1/3. So this is a pod from the graveyard, a birthing pod from the graveyard. We haven't seen that before, and I'm super excited to put this in a Marin deck in Commander. It is very dumb. But basically, you can tap, sacrifice a creature you control with mana value X other than Sidisi. So you can't sacrifice Sidisi herself to get a 3 mana thing out of the graveyard. But you return target creature card with mana value X+1 from your graveyard to the battlefield. Activate only as a sorcery. So it's a lovely way to get back things. Like you can sacrifice, you can even get back 1-drops because there's so many tokens in this. So it's an interesting card. It's not always going to be the best. And in a mill deck where you can get more card selection with a Stillness in Motion, it's going to be pretty cool. We have good ways of filling up our graveyard as well. It seems really fun to me. It's not always going to be the best. Because potting for stuff from your library is often a little bit better than potting stuff from your graveyard, especially when there's graveyard hate. I think that it's going to be on the upper end of mid as opposed to anything in the high. I think it's really fun. I think it's got great constructive potential for Commander, but it seems very fun. So it's more of a gimmick than anything. It can get back some of your better cards once they go to the graveyard. There is graveyard hate, but I don't think you have to worry about that as much. I think that it's a really good way to get potential value by sacrificing tokens to get back 1-drops, like the like this fleeting effigy does so much work. This is a really high pick on a card. But like it's just keep getting this back is crazy. With your little if your mobilized creatures are going to be sacked anyway, right? So it's worth considering, right? And maybe sometimes you can get something bigger. If somebody puts something under a blue enchantment, the blue enchantment removal also, you can use Sidisi to get value, sacrificing something that's under the -5 enchantments. Or Ringing Strike Mastery. Where'd it go? Fresh Start. So Fresh Start, like you can sacrifice something that was under that and get value out of it from Sidisi. So she has uses. She has uses. She's not as powerful or rare as you might get otherwise. All right, Sinkhole Surveyor, 2 mana, 1/3 flyer. Whenever this creature attacks, you lose 1 life and this creature endures 1. I do like this creature. I think it's pretty cool and pretty powerful. The problem is there's so many flyers in this set. There are so many flyers in this set that outclass this. if you're, you know, super aggressive and you can get this down early and start attacking, and have removal for anything that could, you know, be in the way, sure. I'm gonna put this on the upper end of mid as it stands, just because, again, there are a lot of flyers in this, and a lot of them are dragons, and a lot of them are big enough to really just eat this. Oh wait, you can put up some counter on it. Never mind, I lied. I'm gonna put it in the lower end of mid. I forgot what Endure does for a second there. If you can get it out early, it's great. If you can't get it out early, it might not be very good. We'll put it that way. And so I'm still going to put it on the low end of high. A lot of the early flyers cap at 3/3. But the other stuff gets very, very big, very fast. But I'm still going to put it on the lower end of high because, again, if you don't get it early, it may not attack for any value. So yes. But I forgot what I forgot it was Endure, not the amass one, like the mobilize one thing. Okay. All right, Sibsig Ceremony. This is a really, really fun constructed card for Marin and zombie decks that care about the graveyard. So it allows you to cast your really good big cards that get their ETB, and then you get a 2/2 zombie. And then if you can use stuff from the graveyard, it's great. So this is more of a constructed card. I'm sure you can jank build it in this somehow. With a lot of reanimate type stuff or something. But and a lot of harmonize and renew. But so you could just get a lot of zombie druids out really fast because your creatures that you're casting them for you know, one colored mana or something like that. There's a way to build it in limited. It's just going to take a lot of work. So I think I would put this down at upper end of low, or maybe even unplayable. But I think you could do this. I'm sure you can break it and construct it. Absolutely. I think it's nutty for certain zombie decks and certain like Marin decks, etc. Because again, ETBs are huge in this, but yeah. Because yeah, but this is so much fun as a constructed card. We did bring this on the Tarkir spoilage. It was super sweet. So this looks like fun to try to build around in limited. I just think that it's so fringe case that you probably don't necessarily want to. All right. Quarry Steel Cutter. It's an artifact equipment. +1/+1 and trample and haste for 2 mana. Equip 2. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, create a monk creature token with prowess, 1/1. You can attach this equipment to it for free. That's pretty sweet. Even if you get 1 flurry off of this is still a pretty good return. I think it's probably on the lower end of high, or upper mid than anything. It's still fun though. Dracogenesis, probably lower end of high. Dracogenesis, 8 mana. You can cast dragon spells without paying their mana cost. This is more of a constructed card than anything. If you have a dragon in hand when you have 8 mana, what are you doing with your life? How come you haven't cast it already? But it's probably a mythic, in other words. But if you can cast this and then cast the dragon for free, great. I don't think you're ever... The competition for the dragons is going to be so stiff, number one, that I just don't think this is going to be worth it in limited. I really think this is unplayable in limited. I'm going to be proven wrong, I'm sure. But this is certainly a great constructed card. Magmatic Hellkite, 4 mana, 4/5 flyer. That's a great ROI. When it enters, destroy target non-basic land an opponent controls. Its controller searches their library for a basic land card, puts it on the battlefield tapped with a stun counter on it, then shuffles. This is fantastic. This is a great card. This is going to be a because again, you're going to have with cons we have with Tarkir we actually have the I should have just gone to the end. There we go. We have all of these. These are going to be non-basic lands that you can get from the opponent and kill it. They only get 1 color back, which is really nice for taking them off a color potentially. And that color is tapped with a stun counter on it, so it takes a bit. So I really like this. And I think this card is a high pick. I think it's a high pick. I don't think it's a mid. I think this is a really good card. It's just such a great ROI for a 4/5 for 4. And then this is a really, really potentially backbreaking ability. Putting them off a full turn and multiple colors potentially seems pretty good. Because again, you're going to probably hit non-basics. It's not all the time, but it's still a 4/5 for 4, so still great. Okay. Tarkir Dragon Ascendant, 2 mana 2/2. When it enters, you may behold a dragon. If you do, create a treasure token. So it's potentially you're ramping yourself, which is pretty sweet and shouldn't be in red, but no, it's okay. Well, they've decided red does this now, by the way. So we have seen in uncommon, actually I can just go up and do this. Okay. What do we have here? Okay, yeah. Okay, where is it? It was in red. Yeah, here, Sunset Strike Master. We have apparently decided that red is going to be ramping now. It's going to have mana dorks now, so that's fun. So we are also doing a little bit of ramping here as long as you beheld a dragon. Whenever a dragon you control enters, put a +1 counter on it. Until end of turn, it becomes a dragon in addition to its other types and gains flying. That's going to be relevant, but less relevant. Overall, again, people are going to be competing so much over the dragons. They're very, very valuable in this, even if they are off color, for example. So a lot of the times when you see a dragon that is like this dragon is worth running even if you're not in blue. And this dragon is worth running in blue if you're only in blue and you're not in red, because it's a dragon that you can behold and this is a decent spell. So you're going to be competing for a lot more dragons than you think, and so it may be difficult to get as many dragons as you'd like to really make this card worth it as just more than a bear. That said, so I think this is an upper mid pick. I don't actually think this is in the high picks, despite the fact that it's a Sarkhan. And I might be wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's so much easier to get dragons than I think it is. But I think that, you know, there are a lot of other 2-drops that I would rather run over this that are more powerful in the commons and uncommons, if I can't guarantee this. So take that as you will. We will be adjusting these, obviously, as we play with them in the upcoming Streamer Early Access event at 1 p.m. Eastern. Even if I don't make it exactly 1 p.m. Eastern, which I'm going to try to do because I try to, you know, stream the entire thing if possible, or as close to as possible, because it's like 17 hours. But so that I can make it usually, or 15, I think we did last time. But even if I can make it exactly that time, your favorite streamers will be on. You can totally check them out. It starts at 1. Make sure you 1 Eastern. Make sure you remember the time so you can catch your favorites. So, Stadium Headliner, 1 mana 1/1. Okay, again, this is going to help to trigger the Flurry Mobilize 1. That's a good thing on a 1/1. And you can sacrifice this creature. It deals damage equal to the number of creatures you control to target creature. That's fantastic. I love this card. I think it's on the low end of high picks, but it's still on the high picks. Stormscale Scion. 6 mana 4/4 flying. Other dragons. Okay, it's... Hi, Jin Sushi! Oh, that's sweet of you to say. I question your taste, but that's sweet of you to say. I'm not my favorite streamer, but that's okay. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're so kind. So, this is a Dragon Lord that also has Storm. Now, the thing is, in Limited, unless you've ramped heavily, you are less likely to be casting this after having cast another spell. It doesn't have flash. So you're not casting it during opponent's turn and getting like 3 free spells off of it, right? 3 storm triggers, right? So in Limited, usually. Okay, so let's calm down a little bit about this one, right? The one thing that I can see that is really interesting about this is this card, Tigum. There's a chance you could live a dream here. Let's say you get Tigum on like 3, right? And you get the Flurry trigger for the spell. You get the suspend counters. And let's say on turn, it's probably at that point, it's turn 7. You get to play this after playing that free spell. or this having another 1-drop in your hand, I don't know, then you might get 2 5/5s because it's other dragons and they pump each other. But on the whole, this is a 6-mana 4/4. You might have another dragon, but if you do, it's kind of a win more, right? Because the other dragons are pretty good, and just pumping them +1/+1 is not amazing. So this card isn't as good in limited as it looks. Like, it's so great and constructed. Slam the hell out of this thing and constructed. This is so much fun. I'm going to be putting it in my dragons deck. Absolutely. I have things that reduce the cost of my dragons in my dragons EDH deck, of course, and so on and so forth. Can't stop me from getting 3 of these exactly. But in fact, a lot of the other dragons are going to be better to take than this, even some of the uncommon ones. I'm so sorry. But I think it's going to be on the low end of high, because it's still a 4/4 for 6 that might be pumping some dragons. Might even be upper end of mid. Just because there's so many better dragons you can play for 6 mana. And 4/4 is actually, the 4 toughness is not actually that impressive in this, given some of the removal that we have in here. Red can do 4 damage to target creature planeswalker for 2 mana. I think white can do some stuff like that as well. There's just, black has a 3 mana remove target creature, right? So like, it's not, I'm so sorry, it's not as good as I wanted it to be in limited. So anyway, so I'm going to put this on like the upper mid tier for now, and I'm so sorry. We will reevaluate all these things, of course. I will get so much wrong, but yeah. So I don't even know if it's that high, honestly, of the upper end of mid. I think some of the other dragons are just better even at the upper end of mid. So anyway, Tersa Light Shatter, 3 mana 3/3 haste. That's nice. When it enters, discard up to 2 cards and draw them. Great. Whenever it attacks, if there are 7 or more cards in your graveyard, exile a card at random from your graveyard. Whoa, nice. Interesting. Okay. Let me think about that one. Okay. So, this card is good on its own. It's a 3 mana 3/3 haste. That's great. That's fine. That's already good. And then it has the discard up to 2 cards and draw that many cards. That is excellent. This ability, though, is actually double-edged. It can be great for you because you can get more cards to play, but it is a card at random. So it's not a card of your choice. You can play that card this turn, so you might not have mana necessarily. Again, exiling a card from your graveyard at random can be very bad for you if you have cards that you need from your graveyard to get value from. So it goes in certain decks. It's not this ability isn't very good in others. It could hose you a little bit. But I think the ROI for the 3 mana 3/3 and then you have discard up to 2 cards, draw that many cards is so sick. So I think this goes in any red deck. But I think you have to be careful about this last ability a little bit. It probably gets enough value despite that. So I'm going to put this on the lower end of high. It's still a high pick. Bloomvine Regent. It has a cultivate on a stick? Oh, but it's only forest cards. Okay, so it's not quite cultivate. So clearly this card is excellent. So 2 basic forest cards. So notably, this isn't going to fix your mana. It is going to ramp you. This Omen. So it's not quite a cultivate, but it's still very good. The 5 mana 4/5 flyer still fine, not as good as you could get. You know, gaining 3 life isn't that important. We don't have many life gain synergies in this. And at 5 mana for a 4/5 flyer, it's actually slightly outclassed by most other dragons. But I think the fact that it has that, you know, ramp potential, it just pushes it over the edge. I'm going to probably put it in the... but it's flying and in green, and it's a dragon. I'm probably going to put it at the... Oh, God. I'm having so much trouble figuring out whether I want to put this in the middle of the high or the highest of the high. When you shuffle the card, absolutely, you can use that omen again. If you draw this card again, you can still choose between the two. It's not like Adventure. As far as I know, correct me if I'm wrong, chat, but it's not like Adventure, where you exile the card, then you can only cast the other side. I'm really having trouble figuring out whether I want this in the middle of the high or highest of the high. But let's just call it middle of the high for now. I think it might be high end of high. No, Omen gets shuffled into the library. They were asking, Norb, they were asking about whether you could cast the... If you drew this card again, after having shuffled it into your library, could you cast the Omen again? And yes, you can, as far as I know. Was my answer. You're just drawing this card again, so you get to choose. So... But I think I want to go mid. It does have flying, which is nice to block and green, but again, everything else is going to be bigger at 5 and flying. I'm going to go middle of the high for now. Could go upper end of high. I just like this card too, but the fact that it doesn't fix is a little bit bleh. But you have so many cards that fix just in the land slot at common and uncommon, right? Yeah, so this might be highest of the high. I'm not sure. This card is awful. Like, oh God, 8 mana for a 5/5. This is horrid. Okay, sure, it has haste. This is so bad. I don't know why they printed this. I mean, it's got great artwork. I mean, it's not as if we've seen anything like this before. How good could it be? Yeah, it's probably unplayable. I mean, I don't even know why they gave it Mythic. Oh wait, it looks like it has been printed before. Oh, and look, it's worth money. Loses to Fog, exactly. Like, loses to a 1-mana card. How good could it be? Oh, and Counterspell, too. Yeah, we've got some Counterspells in this. Obviously, yeah, look. We've got some Counterspells, but I've seen some Counterspells in this. Clearly, this is a bad card. We've got, like, I mean, they're just gonna counter it unless we pay 2, right? Or 4. Or they're gonna Spectral Denial it. This is, yeah, I mean, clearly it's awful. Loses to Lightning Bolt to the face while you're at 3. I think that was my favorite one so far. Okay, anyway. So, because this is Magali art, and it's freaking gorgeous, I might have to replace the current Craterhoof Behemoths that I have in many, many decks with this artwork. It is spectacular. Do they have a full art of it? Oh no, I don't want that one. I want that one. Or that one. God, that's gorgeous. Anyway, for real, take this card. It's stupid. I know that this set might be faster than this card, but on the times where it isn't, you're just going to, this card just reads I win the game if it lands, as we know. This is Craterhoof Behemoth. What else can I frickin' say? Although I do want to know how many of you I had going for a while. Did I get one person? Probably not. I'm not really good at lying. Okay, anyway, play this card and win. It is a sick card. Additionally, you should know that if you are in paper, this card is worth a lot of money. So, take it for money in your drafts. It'll pay for more than the draft. So this card is epic. I really can't say anything more about that. Take this card, slam it, and go. It is a commitment to green, but, you know, it makes this card way better, because, again, you can search for 2 forest cards, ramp yourself into that. Yeah, moving along. It also makes... The presence of the Craterhoof Behemoth does also make this card better. Give me a sec. This Rainveil Rejuvenator. Unless you mill the Craterhoof, in which case you're going to be so sad. Sorry. It also makes any reanimate effects better. But yeah. Anyway, moving along. Stupid card. Okay, Herd Heirloom. I was really excited to see this card in the spoiler podcast that we did for Magic Jank. This was really sweet. I made sure to bring this up. This was so freaking amazing. So 1 in a red. One in a red. I can talk. 1 in a green. You can tap to add 1 mana of any color. Spend this mana only to cast a creature spell. That doesn't matter. Limited is mostly creatures anyway. The only card, the time you don't want this is in somehow you're running a green, like, based Jeskai prowess deck. But like, this card is excellent. 1 mana of any color, spend this mana only. So it ramps you on 2. It's an artifact. And then it just has another bonus. Until end of turn, target creature you control with power 4 or greater gains trample. And whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. This is fantastic. It is a really, really good card. I'm going to put it on the upper end of high picks. I think this is fantastic. Like, I'm sure that that's probably not right. It's probably a mid to low, but like, I really like this card. This is so powerful for green to get some sort of ramp and then also a draw effect. It is so nice. So good. So I probably overvalue this card. And it goes in so many of your EDH decks. It is nutty. Okay. Laced Prowler. It's a snake. Sneke. Danger Noodle. 4 mana 5/5. Yeah, Kapunk, yeah. It doesn't have that sorcery. It's so good. I'm telling you, you can. It's something you can activate multiple times if you can untap this. It's something that you can do at instant speed. It's oh my god. Oh, sorry. It's so good. Sorry. I really love this card. Probably more than I should. But there's gorgeous art on it, and it's just a great card. Anyway, sorry, moving along. The art in this set is spectacular overall. Like, I'm just there are a few cards that I'm just like, I'm not a huge fan of the artwork, but this is fantastic. But yeah. So Laced Prowler, 4 mana 5/5. I mean, that's just enough to take anyway. When this creature enters, you may mill cards equal to the number of lands you control. It's a may, so you don't have to. So that's, we do have a big stupid green common. We do. Look, it is right here. You can put 3 counters on it. Where'd it go? You can also make stupid commons. Like this is the local hazard of the dunes to some degree. But there's another one that is, let me go to the bottom of this one. You can put 3 counters, this one. So this is a 6 mana 7/7, or a 6 mana 4/4 plus 3/3. This is the one you're talking about. We have a big stupid green common. So anyway, this card is dumb. 4 mana for 5/5 is already dumb. When you get the option to mill cards to get your value out of Renew and Harmonize and so on and so forth, it's nice. It also has this Renew here. It's a May, so you don't have to do that. You don't have to mill yourself out. Exile this card from your graveyard. Put X +1/+1 counters on target creature, where X is the number of land cards in your graveyard. Jesus. This is a good card. I think this is going to be a middle of the high to upper high. Nature's Rhythm. X and 2 green. Search your library for a creature card with mana value X or less. Put it on the battlefield, then shuffle. And then it has Harmonize for quad green plus X. This is... So is this what they tried to do to fix Green Sun Zenith? It's still really good. I like this card. I think it's on the lower end of high, but it's a good card to be able to tutor for a particular creature. Yeah, I mean, it's good in EDH. Take it here. It's not as high in limited because oftentimes you won't have crazy bombs that you're looking for, but with play boosters and power creep, you might. So I'm going to put it on the lower end of high, but it could graduate. It is an extreme commitment to green to be able to harmonize it, but it's only 2 green to be able to play it. Surak is here. Yes, Surak is only doing well if these antlers are really spectral, because if these antlers are not spectral, then no one's approaching Surak for some love. Yeah, I do not want to be impaled. That's not a romantic time for me. Anyway, 3 mana 4/3 that can't be countered and has trample seems good. Whenever a creature you control or a creature spell you control becomes the target of spell or ability opponent controls, draw a card. This is sick. I'm gonna go with the high end of high on this. It's just so much value. So much value. It could end up being middle of the high, but I think high end of high for me on this. This is so good. Whenever your creature you control, like, at least it's going to replace itself if it, gets targeted. It's just so good. Warden of the Grove, 3 mana 2/2. At the beginning of your end step, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. There are a lot of payoffs for getting +1/+1, like putting +1/+1 counters on things. They don't pay off necessarily on the end step, though. Wait, hold on. Can you order this trigger? Hold on. Not that one. It's gonna be like if you put a +1/+1, put a counter on a thing this turn. Yeah, okay, this still works with that. Okay, cool. I think it's still good with like bombs. I think it's still good to be able to tutor up something you need. One of the things that makes your deck work. I think for 2 green plus X, that's fine. As long as one of the things that makes your deck work is around 3 mana, I think it's still worth it. So whenever another non-token creature you control dies, it endures X, where X is the number of counters on this creature. Enters, not dies. Sorry. I'm so out of it. Okay. Whenever another non-token creature you control enters, it endures X, where X is the number. This is crazy. So as long as this survives to the next turn, you're gonna get this ability if you play it on 3. I'm gonna go with middle of the high on this one, but it could end up being highest of the high. I'm not absolutely sure yet. This is just a very, very powerful ability, but it does have to last the turn. Because this won't have any counters on it for the turn it comes into play. Unless you have another way to put a counter on it, and then you can get the value by playing another creature. So like, if you get this on turn 7, right? Then and can put a counter on it and do something, like, great. They get better in multiples. Obviously. All right, Baron Step okay, the sieges. I'm basically going, oh god, okay. Gotta take a drink first. Here we go. All right. So the sieges are built such that the first ability feeds into the second ability most frequently. So, for example, this one, right? Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, target player mills 4 cards. So you could mill yourself 4 cards. And then if you had the Salta, you can play lands cards from your graveyard. So playing them in multiples is valuable. Is very valuable. If you get 2 Glacierwood Sieges, that's really nice. Because they feed into one another if you choose one and then the other. That said, you aren't necessarily likely to get 2 of the sieges in a draft. So that's not something we're really looking at for limited. What we're looking at for limited is how powerful each mode is, usually. Abzan, at the beginning of your end step, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control is sick. Mardu, at the beginning of your end step, if a creature died under your control this turn, each opponent sacrifices a creature of their choice. Also very good, but not as powerful as the Abzan, in my opinion, in limited. It's good. It's very good. It depends on the type of deck you have. If you have, there's a card that works really well with that, and these are the sacrifice synergies. But remember, this is it's not non-token. No, can you order the sacrifice triggers on the Mardu? Hold on, question. With the hold on. With the mobilize, can you order the sacrifice triggers there? Okay, never mind. Mardu is equally strong in a Mardu deck. In a shell that has the mobilize stuff with the warrior tokens, the Mardu is equally strong because you can sacrifice one of those poopy tokens you were going to sacrifice anyway. An opponent is going to sacrifice a creature too. If your creature died before the end step? Are they both at the beginning? Would they work? So they don't work? That doesn't work with the mobilized things? Sacrifice them at the beginning of the next end step. Couldn't you put the trigger here? Costal, I think, couldn't you put the trigger there? You don't think it would work with mobilize? It's an intervening if. Does anybody have the rulings on that? Baron step, siege Mardu ability will check as the end step starts to see if it's triggered on it. If none did, the ability won't trigger at all. I see. That makes sense. Okay. Still really okay, so with the mobilize, it's still really good because they have to block, right? At some point. I still think the Abzan is slightly stronger overall in limited. It's not bungus. It's not bungus. They're still going to have to block eventually, and something is going to die, right? eventually. Like if you have mobilize 3, they're gonna have to block your 1/1s, and they're then gonna have to start sacrificing creatures. So late game, the Mardu's better. Early game, the Abzan's better, usually, in my opinion. There's going to be times where that's the reverse. But the fact that you can choose is crazy. Anyway, this card is really freaking strong. Take it. So this is, the Siege, I think, is probably, because it's 2 colors, I have to put it at like, middle of the high or highest of the high. I know, I want to put high, I want the Siege at the highest of the high. It's so good. That's so good. I want to call this highest of the high. It's just, to be able to get this at the beginning of the end step is so crazy on either side. That's so good. I really think this is a great card. I do want to put it at mid because it's the 2 color commitment, but middle of the high, but like I can't. It's just too good. Here we go. Frostcliff Siege, 3 mana. Whenever 1 or more creatures you control deal combat damage to a player, draw a card, and then creatures you control get +1/+0 and have trample and haste. These are both good. I'm gonna put this at middle because they actually do middle of the high, just because it's very good and it's doing what you want to do, but it requires a little bit more work than the Siege. This is the Baron step. Hollowmark Siege. Whenever a counter is placed on a creature you control, draw a card. Triggers only once each turn. Whenever you attack, put a +1/+1 counter on target attacking creature. It gains menace until end of turn. This one also requires a little bit more to go right than the Baron step. And so I'm still going to put it on the middle of the high. They're still super powerful for me to be putting it at middle of high. But they're not as powerful as this. Just goes nuts really very, very quickly. Then we have Windcrag Siege. So choose Martyr or Jeskai. If a creature attacking causes a triggered ability of a permanent you control to trigger, that ability triggers an additional time. Okay, so that you can get more of the lovely mobilize things, for example, on attacks, which is nice. Still requires you to have those happening. At the beginning of your upkeep, create a 1/1 red goblin creature token. It gains lifelink and haste until end of turn. That seems stronger to me in limited. I really like that. Again, I'm going to go middle of the high on that one as well. Glacierwood Siege. Whenever you cast the instant or sorcery spell, target player mills 4 cards. That can mill a player out really fast. If you have a dedicated instant and sorcery deck. Again, I think that it's a little bit harder to have a dedicated instant and sorcery deck in this set. I've seen a lot of the blue stuff that's removal is enchantments. But again, we do have Harmonize, so we can potentially play multiple instants, get more value off of instants. So I think this one might be... and the Sultai, like, you can play land cards from your graveyard is okay. It's fine. But all the harmonized cards are sorceries exactly, and you can get some... I think you can maybe mill somebody out with this pretty easily. So I think this one's going to be on the higher end of high, just because this seems like it's a difficult card to interact with. No, actually, I'm going to put it on middle because there are so many ways that milling them can hurt you because they can get their own harmonized cards or renew cards. Additionally, there's a lot of enchantment removal. So there's coordinated maneuver at common, destroy target enchantment. There's stuff in green that kills artifacts and enchantments. There are enchantments that remove enchantments. So there's actually a lot of enchantment removal in this. And again, they're going to get value. So I'm going to put it at the mid again. I still think this is the strongest siege, the Baron Step Siege. I think the others are really, really strong too, but I'm going to put them at the mid instead of upper. All right. Which cards? Convocation of Sorcery. The sieges are enchantments. So All Out Assault. 5 mana. So with Mardu colors and 2 creatures you control get +1/+1 and have Death Touch. When this enchantment enters, if it's your main phase, there's an additional. Oh god. When you next attack this turn, untap each creature you control. This is a game-winning card. I'm gonna put it on the middle of the high. It is a 5 mana investment, and you have to have a board for it to be good. That's the only reason I'm putting it there. If you can guarantee yourself a board, it's dumb. Yeah. Yeah, if you have war cries and stuff, it's really, really good. But again, it just requires something to go right, which, again, the highest of the high cards do not require anything to go right. Elspeth does not require anything to go right. Meringue River Region, nothing has to go right. Like, that's what we're talking about here. That's the level we're talking about here. So yeah, so this one is good. It's a commitment to Mardu. You have to be in Mardu to play it, really. Or you can splash it if you're in, like, Jeskai. But yeah. So, again, but you just have to have a board is the thing. So, inevitable defeat. 4 mana, can't be countered. Exile target non-land permanent. Its controller loses 3 life and you gain 3 life. It's a fine card. I'm going to put this on upper end of mid. I think it's perfectly fine. It's a really good removal spell. Can't be countered. It gets you the 3 life and gain 3 life. But it is a commitment to a particular set of cards. Set of colors. So again, I'm going to put it on the upper mid because there are other really good removal spells in this. At common and uncommon, it's for the commitment to mana, it is not that much better than those. So Mardu Siegebreaker is a sick freaking card. It's an A+ card. Nothing has to go right for this. Just take it. This is the highest of the high card in limited. Even if you have no other creatures, it's still a 4/4 Death Touch haste. It's freaking gross. And you don't even have to worry about the exiled creature the creature that you exile, because as long as it leaves the battlefield, you get it back. This is gross. Just take it. Okay. Narrative, Heart of the Storm. So we get to our first actual spirit dragon thingy clan dragon. Okay. So it's a 4/5 flyer for 4, which is already really, really good. It is a commitment to Mardu. If a creature you control that entered this turn would deal damage, it deals twice that much damage instead. So again, hasty bits are really important for it, which is a slight whatever in non-constructed, because you can build around this and build things that have haste or that can enter this turn and attack. But you're doing that less in limited overall. Here it is taking into account the warriors that you get off of the Warcry stuff. Not Mobilize 3, sorry, not Warcry. Mobilize 3. These are tapped and attacking tokens, so those are entering the battlefield here. So it is helping you with that. Again, it's perfectly well suited to do what Mardu wants to do. It's just going to be a little less powerful in limited as opposed to constructed. So I think this is going to be, I really think if you get it first pack, you're just going to slam any of the, like, spirit dragons, most likely. I haven't seen them all, but this is the first time I've seen this one. But, like, I have seen the Teamer one, and that is not okay. So I think you're mostly going to slam these and build around them. And they're going to be generally highest of the high. But if you look at Nerev versus Elspeth, I will take Elspeth every day. So it is on the high of the high, but there are things that I would take above it. Absolutely. I probably would take Meringue River Regent over it too. That's an interesting one. All right, Thunder of Unity. These are the sagas. Okay, you draw 2 cards and you lose 2 life for the Mardu colors. At 3, That's not what Mardu wants to be doing. In my opinion, this is not what Mardu wants to be doing when it has Mardu colors on 3. There are so many better options. You draw 2 cards and lose 2 life is fine, but you want to get this later in the game when you can do this and refill your hand. And do the final points of damage. The problem with this is that, like, if you have it on 3, it's not as good. You're gonna want to be playing. So this is a card that if you have it in your hand, it's your only 3-drop. That's sad. Mardu wants to play anything else on 3. That's a creature that has, like, you know, like it wants to play these pack beasts on 3. This would be perfect, right? Pack beasts on 3 would be great for Mardu. Like it would. The problem with this card is that if it's your only 3-drop, that's really sad. You actually don't want to be drawing 2 cards and losing 2 life on 3. You want to be playing a creature that can attack and make more creatures and do all the things. So does that make sense? It's, if this is your curve, it's bad. If you get this later, it's great. Like if you get this on turn, 6, you play it on 6, you draw 2 cards, lose 2 life, fill up your hand, and then you can finish them off with this. Even if you can't get through with damage, you can finish them off with this. In theory. So you can suicide your Warcry, your Mardu warriors in and do the things, but yeah. So it's just that this isn't really what you want to be doing on 3. It is definitely good otherwise. So I still take it, but I want to point out that it is not good on curve. It's not what you want to do on curve. On curve, Mardu wants to play pack beasts or some other creature that is still going to get them value, get in, build up their board, go wide, which is what it wants to do. No, because it can't attack the next turn. It would not do that on the next turn. I'm talking about curve here, people. Pack Beast on the next turn would do 1. 1. Okay? Yeah, the card says when a creature enters. This isn't entering as 4 creatures. This is only when it attacks. Come on, people. Read the cards. I thought I was making myself pretty clear. So, Thunder of Unity, right? You draw 2 cards, you lose 2 life. That's great later game for Mardu, but it is not what Mardu wants to do on 3. So, again, it's a shame if that ends up being what you have to do on 3. If you have no other 3-drops, right? This is not actually that much fun. If it's your first play of the game, that sucks even worse. So basically, you want any other 2 or 3-drop over this card on curve, because that's the way you take most advantage of it. You would love to have a pack beast on 3 and then play this card, maybe, or play this card on 4, 5, or 6, right? So yeah, you have to lay mobilizers on 2, right? Yeah. 2 and 3 would be best. Lay mobilizers on 2 and 3. Then you can play the Thunder of Unity, fill up your hand. And then even if you can't get in past their 4/4, your creatures are going to be doing so much damage just making their mobilize afterwards to trigger. So this card is not what you want to do on 3. And that makes it slightly weaker. So I'm going to still give this a lower end of high, but it would be middle of the high if you did something on 3. If it produced a 1/1, like, that would be quite nice. If you get this late, it's great. Later, it's great. If you get this on 3 and it's your only 3-drop, you're sad. All right. Zurgo, Thunder's Decree. 2/4, mobilize 2, and during your end step, warrior tokens you control have this token can't be sacrificed. So you can keep all of your stuff. I love this card. It's middle of the high. It's very good in a Mardu deck. It does exactly what Mardu wants to do, which makes sense because it's Zurgo. And we've seen Zurgo before, and Zurgo is fun. Then you're going to prioritize all your mobilize things, and it's going to be happy. Dragonback Assault, 6 mana. When it enters, it deals 3 damage to each creature and each planeswalker. Interesting. That's wonderful because, again, Teamer likes to do 4 toughness things. Whenever land you control enters, create a 4/4 what the... Take this card. This is highest of the high. Well, no. Okay, it's 6 mana. I still think it's highest of the high because it deals the 3 damage to each creature and planeswalker. It's a little slow for a Wrath, but it can slow people down enough that if you can then play a land the next turn, it's good. And hopefully it keeps your creatures alive and stops the onslaught from killing you from the Mardu deck. I think this is still a highest of the high pick. I think it's right. Yeah, I think this is very, very good. I could be overvaluing this card, I think. Because 6 mana for essentially what would be a Wrath against sort of the Mardu deck without the 4 toughness here is worth it, I think. And then to start coming back, because it saves your 1 creature maybe that you have that's a 4/4 on the board, or a 2/4. But yeah, and you can ramp into it in theory. Yeah, it hits your own units. That's why you're in Teamer with, when I mentioned you have a lot of things with 4 toughness. So, yeah. Anyway, Eshki Dragonclaw, 4 mana, 4/4 in Teamer colors, Vigilance Trample, Ward 1. At the beginning of your combat on your turn, if you've cast both a creature spell and a non-creature spell this turn, draw a card and put 2+1. Okay, it doesn't matter whether you're going to get this trigger. You might. That's really cool. It's still a very good card. I'm going to put it on the... I'm going to put it on the low end of high, or and I think you could graduate to middle of the high. It's fine. Roar of Endless Song, 5 mana. Yeah, take this card. This card is doing exactly what Teamer wants to do on turn 5. The only downside to this card is that there is a lot of bounce in blue. So this card is doing exactly what Teamer wants to do on 5. Just get your value on your mana. 5 mana for a 5/5 green elephant creature token that's going to happen again the next turn, that's going to do stupid things. This is a high end of high pick. So I hope you understand the difference between these two. Like, this was a little bit sad because on 1, you would way rather have this. On 3, do something that Mardu wants to do. Drawing 2 cards and losing 2 life, Mardu does want to refill its hand, absolutely, but it wants to be able to empty its hand first, which means it wants to curve out, which means it doesn't want to do this on 3. So this, however, Teamer absolutely wants to do on 5. This is the highest of the high pick. This is really good. Again, the presence of a bunch of bounce in blue does mean sad, but yeah, this is great. Take it. Songcrafter Mage, 3 mana, 3/2 flash. When this creature enters, target instant or sorcery card in your graveyard gains Harmonize until end of turn. Its Harmonize cost is equal to its mana cost, and then you could tap this for 3 of the Harmonize cost. Interesting. I like that card. I think it's a low end of high, but I like it. It's worthwhile. Blue does not have as many ways as you'd like. Because a lot of the bounce, right? This is creature, that won't work. A lot of the bounce is either creature or creatures or non-land permanents your opponents control. Riverwalk Technique would be the way to bounce it. I think Riverwalk is the only way, potentially. There is the White Kitten, yeah. So if you, but that would be outside of your normal scope for Teamer. You'd have to splash that. All right, Teamer Battle Crier, 3 mana, 4/3. During your turn, each spells you cast 1 less to cast for each creature you control with power 4 or greater. So it's going to automatically cost 1 less to cast. I think this is a lower high pick, but it's a good card and it does what you want. Now this card's stupid, slam it. It's it's absolutely dumb. If the format is super freaking fast, then this isn't going to be as good as I hope it will be. But like if you can land this spell, you just win the game. So yeah. Betor Kin to All. 2 an Abzan 5/7 flyer. This is a wonderful one to build around with butts in your EDH decks. Beginning of your end step, if creatures you control have total toughness 10 or greater, draw a card. Then if creatures you control have total toughness 20 or greater, untap each creature you control. Then if creatures you control have total toughness 40 or greater, each opponent loses half their life rounded up. This is a dumb card in limited, even because you could just have a 3-mana, a 3/3 with it and you're drawing a card at the beginning of every end step. This is a great card. Slam it. It's fantastic. It's the highest of the high. In limited. Felithar, Dawn of the Abzan. 3 mana for... So Abzan for the 3/3 trample. When it enters or attacks, you may sacrifice a non-land permanent. When you do, put a +1 counter on each creature you control. This one, you can order the attackers with the mobilize, and you can order those to put those in play first. Then you can sacrifice one of them to put a +1 counter on each creature you control. That seems great. Obviously Mardu does the mobilize better, but white does it just well. So very well as well, sorry, I should say. This card is really good. I like this. I think it's going to be a lower end of high to mid of high, just because again, yeah, there's that. So lower to mid of high. Parination. Return target permanent card from your graveyard to the battlefield with a hexproof counter and an indestructible counter on it. That's fun. I like it. Remember how we were milling stuff a little bit? Again, there's Graveyard Hate, and this does target, so they can cast Graveyard Hate in response. But this is super fun. It gives you 2 counters. I think this is a little bit crazy. It won't help you against a go wide deck for the most part, but it seems pretty sweet. I would take it on the middle of the high. It's really fun. It might be low end of high. But yeah, you can get back some cool stuff with this, and it's going to be hexproof and indestructible. Remember, they can still make you sacrifice stuff on occasion, and if they've gone really wide, you're not necessarily going to be able to stop that with this one card. So we'll see. All right. Revival of the Ancestors. So 1 an Abzan, create 3 1/1 white spirit creature tokens. That's great. Distribute 3 +1/+1 counters among 1, 2, or 3 target creatures you control, and creatures you control gain trample and lifelink. This is fantastic. This is a mid to upper end of high. I think I probably want to put it on high end of high, but yeah, this is a very good card. Severance Priest. Absent colors 3/3 death touch. When it enters, target opponent reveals their hand. You can choose a non-land card from it. If you do exile that card, that's a good effect. When this creature leaves the battlefield, the exiled card's owner creates an XX white spirit creature token where X is the mana value of the exiled card. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna put it on a low end of high, but it's really good. It's got Death Touch for a 3/3 for a 3. Obviously, it's harder to cast, but it still works, and the fixing's decent in the set. So, I think this effect is really nice, because there's some bombs you really don't want coming back, even if they get an XX. You don't like it? I like it. Even if they get an XX, you don't want them getting back their stupid freaking Irani. They get a 10/10, sure, but that doesn't do 10 damage divided as you can choose. It doesn't give them something for nothing. It forces them to target it. And getting rid of it forces them to target it. That's giving them something for a card, right? Do you see? And they're not getting whatever. The thing has no abilities. Serpents, I don't think you're yeah. So, yeah. I don't think you're reading the card correctly, maybe. So not only do they have to use a removal spell on it, or it has to die somehow otherwise, but they... What do you mean they didn't have to cast anything? What? How do you think they're killing this card? Have you played Sky? Yeah, Skyclave Apparition is a good comparison. But they didn't have the opportunity to cast it here. So you're messing up their curve. You're messing up their plans. And you could just take the removal spell. I don't think you're valuing this card correctly, but I mean, maybe I'm wrong. But yeah, no, you're taking... So take a look at this card. Where's the bat? What's the bat? Hello, bat. Bat. If you hit their hand, take their 7, drop, and they kill it, they get a 7/7. How many say 7, then that's bad for you. Yeah, but you don't do that necessarily. Additionally, you like if you're in Abzan, you also have access to all of the enchantment and art and black removal. Oh, I think it's good. I think it's great if you can especially get like you can choose the card. You don't have to take a 7/7. Once you see their hand, right? Once you see their hand, if you play this on 3, you are not taking a 7/7 necessarily if you see they have 2 pieces of removal. Like I don't think you're valuing this correctly, but again, I might be wrong. Okay, here we go. So Skirmish Rhino, we have seen the other day. Why have I already seen this? We already talked about this one. How did we already talk about this one? It's the spooky version, yeah. Anyway, this is a 3/4 that, oh, I think we talked about it the other day just because we did. Wait, why is that mythic? It's an uncommon. That's why we talked about it. It's an uncommon. Oh, because spooky version, there's a fancy frame? Okay. That sucks that you can get in the rare slot an uncommon. Even if it's the spooky treatment. I really think they shouldn't have changed the rarity. That's weird. I don't understand that. I'm gonna move on. Okay. So it's in the bonus slot, replaces a common. Oh, what? Why would they do that? That's weird. That is very weird. Anyway, we talked about this last time, so I'm not going to go over it again. Yathan Road Watcher. So 1 in Abzan, 3/3. When this creature enters, if you cast it, mill 4 cards. When you do, return target creature card for mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Seems like a good way to get value. I'm going to put it on the low end of high, though. It's good, but it's not what we've seen otherwise. This set gets the early access streamer event tomorrow, or technically today. It's 3:34 a.m. And so in about like 10 hours, there's a 1 p.m. Eastern, there is a early access streamer event starting, so you get to see it played by your favorite streamers. So make sure to bookmark the time. I know a lot of amazing streamers are going to be participating, but it should come out. There's a pre-release after the weekend after, I think. And then it should come out the next week, I think. So Flamehold Grappler. Jeskai 3/3 first strike. When this creature enters, copy the next spell you cast this turn when you cast it. You may choose new targets for the copy. Okay, so you really want to be casting this later. Or casting it with a 1-drop that copying is good. I'm going to go with lower end of high. It's still a 3/3 first strike, but it does require the commitment, and then this requires a few other things to go right. Jeskai Revelation. 7 mana instant. Return target spell or permanent to its owner's hand. Deals 4 damage. Okay, so this is like a magma opus. Seems good. I'm gonna go with upper end of high for this one. It could be mid, but I think I'm gonna go with upper end high. It's just a very powerful effect for 7 mana. The problem is you can't ramp in this very well in those colors. Or I would be more excited about. There's not a lot of stuff that produces treasure tokens. There is the red mana dork, that's true. At uncommon. But yeah. So I think I might put it at middle of the high just because of that. Narset, Jeskai Waymaster, 3 mana, 3/4. At the beginning of your end step, you may discard your hand. If you do, draw cards equal to the number of spells you cast this turn. Low end of high. It's good, could do some good things. I'm gonna go low end of high. It requires a lot of things to do weird stuffs. New Way Forward, 5 mana. Next time a source of your choice would deal damage to you this turn, prevent that damage. When damage prevented this way, it deals that much damage to that source's controller, and you draw that many cards. They wanted to fix the palm. Okay. So they're trying to fix the deflecting palm and make it actually useful. They are adding a couple mana to it. But this one seems good. I like that one. I'm gonna go with lower end of high. I think it's fine. I think it's, decent. Rediscover the Way, 3 mana Jeskai. Look at the top 3 cards of your library. Put one of them into your hand and the rest on the bottom of your library in any order. So it's an anticipate twice. It does not fill up your graveyard, or it would be better. Because again, a lot of the harmonize and stuff in the blue-red. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell this turn, target creature you can do on the day is double strike until end of turn. Yeah, this is another one you want later. No, this one's okay on 3, but it's not the best. I'm gonna go with upper end of mid for this one. I don't know, Costo. Yeah, exactly. I don't know how fast the format is, and so a lot of my stuff is gonna shift up and down based on exactly how easy it is to do the mana. The mana looks good, but I need to know it's very good for this. And for some of these cards. I need to know how fast it is because, again, I've rated some things that are pretty expensive that do win the game, but like if it's really fast, they're not going to make it. I am a little worried about Jeskai overall. It doesn't feel very strong with the flurry mechanic, but again, I need to see exactly how easy it is to cast 2 spells per turn. I imagine that not a lot of people are going to want... You're going to be fighting over some of the cards that make that easy with other... red decks, for example, or blue decks. So I don't know whether that's all going to work out. So I'm worried about the flurry mechanic. More things have to go right for it than the others. The other clans seem to be able to just play magic. The more things have to go right for Jeskai. Shiko, Paragon of the Way. 5 mana, 4/5 flying vigilance. When it enters, exile target non-land card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard. Copy it, then you may cast the copy. It's still a 4/5 vigilance. I'm gonna go because you're not always gonna hit here, especially with all the graveyard hate. I'm gonna go with middle of the high. It's still really good. It's just again, full commitment to Jeskai there. Awaken the Honored Dead. This thing is fantastic. I love this card. This is highest of the high. Sultai just wants to do this. This is perfect. Death begets life. So like destroy target permanent. So non-permanent. This is anything. Okay. Just like Finding the old gods, right? So this is really, really nice. Destroy target non-permanent opponent controls. Then you get to mill 3 cards, which Sultai wants to do anyway. And then you can, you know, do a recursion thing, which is super sweet. And fill up your graveyard a little bit more. So, with something else that's either going to get you more value later or that you don't need. So this is a really good card. Death begets life. 8 mana. Again, we don't know how much 8 mana is, but destroy all creatures and enchantments. Draw a card for each permanent destroyed this way. So it is the Wrath here. It's no Dune Blast, but it is a Wrath for 8. So this is Dune Blast. This is what we were contending with in cons. Choose up to 1 creature, destroy the rest. So it was a one-sided board wipe that you could keep your best creature. It wasn't so. A one-sided board wipe, and you get to keep your best creature. It did wipe the rest of your creatures, but you got to keep your one best, which was always backbreaking. And it's only 7 mana as opposed to the 8. So you do get to draw cards. That can kill you, so you have to be a little careful with it. I think this is better constructed than it is in limited. So but it's still a Wrath. So and depending on how slow the format is, it might be playable. I don't know yet where to rank this card. I'm going to put it on the low end of high for that reason. Fang, there's definitely a lot of other rares and mythics that would take over it. Fang Keeper's familiar. So Sultai and 1 flash for a 3/3. When this enters, choose 1. You can gain 3 life and surveil 3, or you can destroy target enchantment or counter target creature spell. I love it. I'm gonna go upper end of high for this, even though it's Sultai. We haven't seen really that many crazy good Sultai things yet. Kotis the Fang Bear Keeper. Arrive in time for the cute snake. Rimworm, thank you so much for the 8 months. I really appreciate it. Yay. Thank you so much for your support of the stream. You're amazing. So Kotis the Fang Keeper. So 4 mana, including Sultai, indestructible 2/1? Huh. Whenever Kotis deals combat damage to a player, exile the top X cards of their library or X is the amount of damage dealt. You may cast any number of spells with mana value X or less from among them without paying your mana cost. So you sort of have a villainous wealth on this. That's pretty cool. That's pretty sweet. It has to deal combat damage to a player, but that probably, if you can pump this at all, you can probably put +1/+1 counters on this pretty easily. I like this card. Simola, thank you so much as well for your support of the stream. Really appreciate it. You are so kind. Thank you. All right, so Kotis is... I'm gonna put this on the middle of the... I want to put this in the middle of the high. But this could end up being like highest of the high at some point. I don't know. Lotus Light Dancers, 5 mana, 3/6 lifelink. Ooh, that has a butt. When this creature enters, search your library for a black card, a green card, and a blue card. Put those cards into your graveyard, then shuffle. That's not bad. Yeah, it might be undervalued, absolutely. Well, I mean, the thing is, if opponents are trying to... So this will reward you for being within the clans, which means that if opponents... You get lucky and you're one of the ones that is getting past the open... There will be, on occasion, an open clan. And your deck will be nutty at that point. Which is why, like, somewhat on the rails sets like this and Bloomborough, right? Which rewards you so heavily for picking a clan or color pair, right? Can be so crazy. Now, this one has really good mana fixing, so oftentimes you'll see Sultai cards splashed in other stuff. But you might see the open lane, like, there might be, it's rare, but there might be, because there's 5 of them and 8 players, there might be an open. It's rare, but there might be an open, and you might just get the, like, the titty nuts. And then I pitied a fool who plays against you. But people can also splash for various things as they go on. And again, people will be, you know, perhaps running 5 colors. You could do that in cons. There were more things that enabled it because the morph, because you could cast things with morph without having to pay all their crazy clan associated costs. But But this was one of the ways that you could get enable that 5-color things, is you keep finding lands and making sure that you fixed. They did a little bit less of that in this, as far as I've seen so far. Jesus. Okay. Anyway, we're gonna not think about us. So sometimes you're gonna be like playing a person who's playing at least 4 colors. I think that you might see that pretty regularly here, because there are some cards that are very powerful to splash if you're already in 2 of the other colors. But yeah, this is a decent color. Lotus Light Dancers. I like this because you can. A lot of these things will have Harmonize or Renew. This seems pretty good. A good way to get some value out of that. It could be a problem. There are some times where it could be a problem, but I think a 3/6 for 5 is fine. I think this is on the low end of high. I think it's a nice card, but not like supremely exciting. Tival, Arbiter of Virtue, 5 mana with Sultai, 6/6 flying lifelink. Spells you cast have Delve, so you can exile from your graveyard to help you cast them. Whenever you cast a spell, you lose life equal to its mana value. Is a little bit of a thing, but it's a flying lifelink creature for 6/6 for 5, so yay. For anybody who's worried and going to a pre-release, when you cast a spell, you lose life equal to its mana value. It's not going to see itself being cast, so you don't have to worry about that. I don't know if anybody was, but I think I heard one of someone earlier ask that in a different context. So this is not going to see itself being cast. But yeah, this is a good card. I think you can make it work in limited just fine. The only question is the destroy target creature with flying in green. That's 2 mana. And the oops. Where's the 3 mana? Oh, Dragon's Prey. Doesn't target a dragon, but costs 4 if they're gonna kill it. So you'd be a little worried about that, but still a stupid powerful card. So I would play that card. That is probably an upper highest of the high pick, I think. I think you can make this work. Maybe I'm overvaluing it a little. Might be middle of the high. Yeah, getting it tapped down and not having another way to gain life, that could be, but if you take this card, like if you take this card, it should be pretty easy for you to get the 2 mana sacrifice a creature pay 2 thing. This guy. So, I think you should be okay. You just have to make sure that you prioritize. Like, I think this card is probably highest of the high. You just do have to be a little careful. All right, Call the Spirit Dragons. 5 colors. Dragons have indestructible. At the beginning of your upkeep, for each color, put a +1/+1 counter on a dragon you control of that color. If you put +1/+1 counters on 5 dragons, this way you win the game. I'm sure I'm going to die to this at some point, but it is not playable in my opinion. I will die to this at some point. It is not on my list of picks. I'm sure I'm going to try. At some point, I am going to try to build around this card in limited, but it is really a build around and it is a jank, and you have to understand that you might not get there. So I'm going to label it as unplayable for now. But again, you can try that. All right, Dragonfire Blade, 1 mana. Enchanted equipped creature gets +2/+2 and has hexproof from monocolored. Equip 4, costs 1 less to activate for each color of the color a creature targets. So oftentimes this is going to cost 1 to equip. +2/+2 and has hexproof from monocolored. There's a lot of removal that is monocolored. This is a really good card in this set. I think it's a middle of the high picks. Mox Jasper is more constructed than anything. So in limited, if you are in paper, take this. It's worth money. But if you're not in paper, I don't think I would take it. Ugin is a slam highest of the high pick. This is a stupid freaking card. Take it. It is absolutely freaking nutty. And then if you take Ugin, you actually are going to prioritize a few things. Colorless spells among them, but it doesn't, it's just... Oof. So you can prioritize any number of other colorless cards that we've seen. So the monuments are going to be great with it because they can ramp you. They can make sure that you find the land that you need to get to it. You can run bad cards and it'll be better for it. So, yeah. Yeah, Ugin's text doesn't matter mostly. So exile to one target permanent that's one or more colors is all you need to know that's on this. And then you then get to gain 3 life, draw a card. It goes to 9 loyalty and it just draws a card. And this is not okay. Not okay. Okay. Moving along to... not okay. Okay. Anyway, moving along to Dalkovan Encampment. This enters tapped unless you control a swamp or a mountain. Add white, and then you can get value here. Whenever you attack this turn, create 2 1/1 red warrior creature tokens that are tapped and attacking. Sacrifice them at the beginning of the next end step. It's important to note that this is recurring. You don't have to sacrifice to do this. These are valuable additions to your deck. On getting value out of the land slot is huge. Each of these things is very nice. The white, the black, and the red, I think, are the most powerful. The next spell you cast this turn can't be countered is really not what you want to be doing in limited. I am not hugely impressed with this. But the Surveil is nice. After that, the next weakest is the Surveil. It just costs a lot of mana, and at green, green wants to be casting things, not necessarily surveilling. It's fine, but not as good as the others. So the Mardu lands are the best of them. So effects that allow you to cast a spell for an alternative comes up may allow you to apply this to the Omen. What was the question? Creature which suspends your second spell. Can you play Omen and it comes out Dragon? Yeah, you can choose if you want to cast the other one. Yes. But yeah, thank you, Herbie, for answering that. I really appreciate it. Maelstrom of the Spirit Dragon. Okay. Colorless or add 1 mana of any color. Spend it to cast a dragon spell or an omen spell. 4, sacrifice this land. Search your library for dragon card, reveal it, put it into your hand and shuffle. It's good value out of the land slot. The fact that it can only be used for dragon or omen is a little bit of a cost in a set that really wants you to have 3 colors. Very easily, and not only to cast dragons. So again, you're fighting over the dragons and the omen spells, etc. I'm not picking this that highly, but if I happen to get one, I'll be happy about it. So these are going to be on the for the low end of high for me. These are going to be this one's going to be on the upper end of low. This, or maybe even not that, I don't know. This one's going to be on the lower end of mid, and then this one's going to be on the lower end of mid, I think. Okay, so that's all of the rares and mythics. Okay. And hopefully we'll have some fun with this coming up soon at 1 p.m. Eastern. But let's get some games in the meantime. The basics were done on the commons and uncommons. We looked at the pretty art. All right, I'm gonna try another one of this because that was so. Maybe I'll just do cube. I'm gonna try. The mana before this. That was so miserable. Numb in pod capacity. Okay. You want to do cube still? Oh wait, there's no more cube? Cube is gone? Oh, that makes me sad. Long live cube. Cube was breaking people's arena count? Oh no. Something broke with cube? That's awful. So they took it offline? Oh. Is it fixed yet though? That is a shame. God, I hope we can actually play cards this time. That was a miserable last part of this cube. This draft for the first War of the Spark one. I'm still reeling. I'm also hungry, so I'm hangry. I should go get something to eat. Which I will after the draft. Cube was too powerful, it had to be stopped. Yes. Seriously. Well, while this is taking forever, maybe I'll go... What clan am I choosing for pre-release? I hadn't planned yet to go to a pre-release. That's a good question. I think I would probably choose something... I would avoid Jeskai, just based on what I've seen. And these are my personal preferences. I would avoid Jeskai. I would take... I'm trying to decide between among Abzan, Sultai, and Teamer. Although Mardu is also calling to me. Like, the only one I really don't want to play is Jeskai. I think Mardu would be very strong in a pre-release because it's very aggressive, and aggression, when people aren't familiar with a format, tends to be very, very powerful. Abzan can do its own aggression and aggressive builds, but so Mardu can't, like, I think Mardu's a perfectly acceptable pick. But I'd be tempted to go Sultai or Abzan just for the fun of it, if that makes sense. New Wizard, the chat was telling us that the cube broke Arena. Okay, Gleaming Overseer's really good. Ashiok Dreamrender's really good. Omnix's Cruelty is really good. And Band Together is really good. If the best cards in this weren't Dimir, and Dimir is like, so Cruelty, Gleaming Overseer, and Ashiok, they're all Dimir, the best cards. So if I take one, somebody else is going to take the next one, and I'm going to be really sad. Why can't you choose Tarkir? Tarkir hasn't released yet. There will be a early access streamer event today at 1 Eastern, which is in about 9 hours. God, I want to take the Overseer, Ashiok, or Cruelty. But I'm going to take this because, again, I don't want to be competing with the next person. Ooh, Death Sprout. Bloomhulk, really good. Lazatep Reaver, really good. Bond of Revival, fine. I hope they put it back. I really hope they put it back. Oh, the Charmed Stray deck! Can we get them all? This was one of the ways to take care of the gods. I feel like there were gods somewhere that this had to take care of. I forget what it was. The indestructibles or something. There was something that this takes care of that's really important. I'm gonna try for the kitties. Bioessence Hydra. Alright, Tamiya's Epiphany pretty good. No Escape pretty good. We're gonna take the Lazotep Reaver here. Charm Stray number 2. Aw, I should just take Bloom Hulk. Chat, am I just taking Bloom Hulk? Alright, this might wheel. Isn't it gorgeous? It's so cute. But yeah, if you can get a ton of these, like that, it's a very conditional deck, but I haven't seen the white that would make me want to stay in white enough to take those, though. I think. I don't know if they're gonna do the cube again, but yeah. Yeah, Tarkir, apparently you can see all the cards, but you can't actually play with them yet, until the release, I think. I'm so hungry. I don't mind Tithe Bearer. This is also okay. I'm gonna take the Snare Spinner here. This was a fun card. This was interesting. Maybe I should be letting go of some of this stuff. We'll see. Potty tat. No, I think the Unlikely 8 is better. Given what we already have. Like, I don't think keeping the Stray alive, Dream alive is necessarily correct there. We could eventually give up on green and do other stuff. But... it's a lot of red. Absent cats, yeah. Are we wormy? Or are we geoding? Guess we might be wormy. This I like pretty well, but Grizzly's pretty good. I'm not gonna wheel a Charm Stray. I guess I'm really glad I didn't do... I did wheel it! Okay, it's still an option. ho ho! Hmm. Wander's really good as well. Toll can be good. Rescuer Sphinx can be sweet. Ceratok's really nice. Taskmaster's perfectly fine. I think I'm supposed to avoid the white. Like, I think I'm supposed to just keep going. Take Taskmaster. Shit. Ooh, Ugin's Conjurant. Yeah, see, if we'd seen Pegasus in the first pack, if we'd seen things like Pegasus, I would have probably gone into the white and ditched one of the other colors. But since we didn't, and since Pledge of Unity didn't wheel, a number of things didn't wheel, I think that was, it was correct not to. Like, Law and Rune Enforcer also good. Like, I would have, if I'd seen cards of this quality in the first pack in white, I would switch for the finale. But I don't think I'm supposed to at this point. At that point there. Where are my planeswalkers? Crunch! Do I think I can wheel Crunch? I'm taking out a Bloom Hulk. This deck needs help. Help me, kiddies, help me. Hey, Kigo, thank you so much. These packs just suck for us, too. This is... Ugh. I would have thought the people to my left would be in Dimir, and that I would see a lot of the stuff that I wanted in this thing, but, Eh. That artwork's pretty sweet, isn't it? By the way, anyone who hasn't seen the trailer for War of the Spark should really get with that. Best trailer Magic's ever done. I don't mind another Grizzly, but I think I have to take this. Oh, I want both of those so badly, but I gotta take this because we have 3 Bloom Hulks. Rawr. Grr. What the? Is nobody in white? Like, what's happening here? I might have to shift over. No, I mean, somebody's in white because they took the finale, obviously, out of that pack, right? Or, I don't know. Ooh, Crunch came back! They don't know the value of the crotch! Stupid bomb. I'm gonna see what I get handed in this last. The other pick was a Pollen Bright Druid there. Ooh, that's a good one. The other pick was a Pollen Bright Druid there, so there's not a lot of cost for me taking the commence the end game.
You should leave before I make you disappear.
And while a third Pollen Bright Druid is pretty good, it's not, you know, make or break our deck there. I don't have lots of Planeswalkers this time. Which is sad. I like Dambreaker. I'm gonna take the New Horizons and maybe I'll splash the card just because I have nothing else. Now we're seeing the white. But I didn't see the white in the first pack, so eh. Opportunist, Grizzly. Can technically splash the white. Or move into it, because we're mainly green, but I'm still gonna take this. Desperate is a very good removal spell. Crunch. Maybe I could wheel a Ceratok. If I could, that would be super sweet. Teo! Ah, well. There's a Ceratok. I'm still trying to decide if I want this other Crunch. Because there are 3 Bloomhogs. Like, the ideal is just Crunch into Bloomhog. Like, just keep going. Ah, maybe not. We'll see. This deck is not very good. It can have good starts, but it's not very good. Especially since the set is so full of bombs. And planeswalkers. Alright. Alright, Crunch. Let's do this. Actually, we're gonna start with this. No, they countered my Crunch.
forgive this.
I wanted them to block with this and pump this so that I could then kill that, but oh well. No, it blocks. Fine. This is not great here, but we're doing it anyway. It's all I got. We're kind of a little bit flooded out here, and blue-black is way too strong. Okay. Way too strong. Can't cast both. Just the one. I am not going to pump their creature, though. Not this turn. Next turn, yes. Yep. Hmm. Okay. We keep hitting blue-black as well, which is annoying. Ugh. Or blue at least. Blue is quite strong in this format. All right, let's see if we can still get there. I could have not attacked that turn, but I'm just losing in the air after that. They're just making more 1/1s. They get in with Death Touch and get bigger. Could kill the thing. What? Yeah. I don't have a lot of faith in this deck. Maybe I should go down to 16 land, because we keep flooding, too. I don't know. Okay. Not blue. We have 3 crunches. It would have been nice to get one earlier and so we could play this. It would also be nice not to have mulligan, but, you know. Them's the breaks. Yay! It's a card. That I can do stuff with. Okay. I can get that back. If they blocked a different one, I probably would have used one of these, but I can get, and especially if they block with a weird, of course I would kill that. But the Taskmaster can actually get back the Reaver. Well, the turn I don't have this open. That is true. Sad but true. Who gets the planeswalkers out first? Also, we only have one. Ugh. All right. What are you doing? All right. We'll go open a pack. Thonking, yeah. All right, we've got Scooch. Unlawful entry. Blank Bird gets the worm. Well done. Draconian Gatebot. Petting Zookeeper. Non-human Cannonball. Goblin Airbrusher. Alright, we go next to damage then.
Don't miss me too much.
And end the turn. This is War of the Spark. And it is generally a miserable format to draft overall, just because it has so many planeswalkers. And overall bombs that, and Dimir was just so much stronger than everything else that, yeah. Oh, the pack I opened was Unfinity. What is it good for? Absolutely nothing. Alright, back to opening our pack. Alright, Goblin Airbrusher. Clandestine Chameleon. Monoxa Midway Manager. Can we get this ghost 11% spookier? Ooh, we're gonna get a Planet Land. Photo Op. Not playable outside of Unfinity. Forest. Beautiful planet land. Super sweet. Those are nice. Alright, well, unfortunately our opponent disconnected, so apparently that's the only way we can win in this format, so it's fine. Alright, I have to go get some food, and I'll be right back. Okay. Yay. Hi, Floof. Alexa, turn on kitchen. Okay, still have to grab cereal. Streamers is 1 p.m. Eastern. Yeah, I went to the restroom. I got cereal, fed the cat. All right, here we go. Again. He eats quite quickly. All right. Oof. Our draws are so bad. I guess we keep this. I mean, I can mulligan this one. Okay. Okay. Hmm. If we could draw the Hulk and not have them have a counter spell up, that would be cool. Please, Bloom Hulk. Son of a bitch. Oof. So many 4-drops. Yeah, now they can... well, we're gonna try it. Okay. What can they get back? Pyro Helix? We don't care. Okay. I really hate having to use this when we can't go wide, but we have drawn 7 mana already, which is rough. So they can block the weird sack, get a backup bounce spell, for example. Oh, they got the Triumph back. Okay, that's an odd choice, but I'll take it. They must have something else, and that's worrisome. Really need to draw something impactful. We do have the Primordial Worm, the Ceratok, we have the Awakening of Vidugazi, we have the Lazarus Behemoth, we have Death Sprout, we have 2 more Bloom Hulks. We have a lot of stuff. Hmm. This is less mana efficient than the Grizzly, but it provides 2 bodies, and when they're at this life total, I think that's correct. Oh, come on! Yeah, this is why we needed the Casminas, whatever. There were gods in this set, and they were so stupid. They were so dumb. In addition to all the planeswalkers. Okay, yeah, I now remember why I hated the set so much. My only choice, but thing to do is try to get there off the surprise of the haste of the Bond of Revival. I just don't die in the air on a 1 hit.
What should I aim for first? Oh, I'm sorry. Did you get burned?
Are you kidding me? Can I put it on the bottom of my yeah, thank you. Okay. No! I hate this. I hate it so much. Mm. This just dies to Jaya. Alright, we just lose. There were just too many bombs in addition to the planeswalkers, and some of the planeswalkers themselves were bombs, and just value off that, and I hate the set. And they've drawn us by 4 cards, only they have exactly as many lands as we do. And I even had to bottom one. Okay, they have 1 more now. But they can spell keepers at any time. Alright, now we just have to hope.
Who's up for a catastrophe?
They had another one? Alright. Bonk. Yeah, I mean, this is the best I've got. They had it all. Oh well. What? What the fuck is 3 Rescuer Sphinxes doing in a deck?
You can turn anything into a pile of ash if you put your mind to it.
Here's the God Eternal back. Can't fucking beat any of this shit. Because I'm gonna draw lands. Alright. Thanks, I hate all of this. I hate everything about this fucking set. If you're great and lucky and you get the rares and mythics, then you're doing well, but like that's not our luck. And so in a set that has so many mythics and rares that are bonkers and that also has all the planeswalkers that are just getting multiple things per turn,
I don't do delicate.
but we just flood and they just draw perfects and also have someone hand them this deck, like fucked up. Yeah, no, you would have been great before. Okay, I don't know that I want to play this one anymore. No, you should have seen the draft before. It was this bad just as each time. Like, imagine if we'd actually gotten our rare. Our one fucking rare. We haven't seen it yet. Imagine if we curved out and didn't have to mull. Imagine if our opponent didn't have a mythic rare god that I can't handle at all. And a planeswalker, which we only have one, even though there's so many uncommon and planeswalkers. It's like there's no way we get worse luck. I think we did our best with what we had, but there's no way we get worse luck. But hi, Dirt, how are you? Let me give you a shout out. Yeah, I mean, this has been fucking miserable. I'm so angry. What else do we have? Ether Drift? That's what we... Oh, wait. Phantom Bot Draft. Let's do that. Possession Engine. Good stuff. Spin Out. I like Ether Siphon so much. Tetradon. I'm gonna do Ether Siphon. We don't even know what the second color is. There's Glory Hearth Heath Links here too. That's very good. Free cosmetics. Yeah. There's a night market as well. I think you could make a case for either of these cards. Pactile Terror. That's tempting. Hmm. I like Rambler in the blue-white deck. Pactile Terror is just such a good card. Eh. Ooh, Wickerfolk, Kalorna, Optimizer, Bounce Off. If that could wheel, that would be nice. I'm gonna take Wickerfolk. Hmm. All right, let's see. Hmm. Ooh, Kalorna. Nice. Pactile Terror number 2! Chat, am I taking River Churn Monument or am I taking Pactile Terror? I see the Memory Guardian, that's nice, but like... What do you want here? I think it's Monument, but... Alright. Take all the fun rares, yeah. Scrap Compactor, Ether Siphon number 2. Oh god, cat. Yeah. I'm eating. I'm not nearly as enamored of your butthole as you seem to think I am. Excuse me. Can I play and eat? Ugh. Floof. Thank you. Just don't step on the keyboard. I'll finish this quickly and then we can cuddle. Yeah, he's a good boy. Okay. Come here. After that war draft, you found out DFT is not that bad. Yeah. Okay. I hope so, Edge. Ooh, it wheel. No, that's pick 6. It's just I got a second one. Okay. Ooh, I could copy the... Hold on. I could copy the River Churn Monument exhaust. In that case. I could have taken the black land there. That wouldn't have been bad. I'm just having fun. Can I put that over here, please? Okay. Wait, no. This is not putting things anywhere where I'm actually putting them. Okay, there we go. Thop, over thop, top, thop. Yeah, okay. How many hell rides is too many hell rides? I like Path Cruiser okay too. The cat is still just like on my lap, but like slightly under the table and preventing me from like using my mouse correctly. All right. Final Fantasy. Yeah, that'll be interesting. All right. All right, here we go. Wicked worker folk. Wicked. Okay, sorry. Thingy. I may want to adjust the build. I want probably to start the engines off the other Ether Siphon, I think. That was a fun game. Wickerfolk wins! Yeah, card I already have 4 of. Jemmy's works. Alright. Cat's off lap now. Okay, okay, okay. What the f- Swim, swamp, swamp. Yeah. Oh no. It's a push limits deck. That's gonna be a problem. Because we don't win fast. If we win at all. Oh, wait. Push the limits isn't usually black-red. It can be running it, but it isn't usually. Okay. Okay, Lorna doing work. I could have let it die and do the carrying cruiser instead, but I think this is okay. We want to get to the max speed as fast as possible. Okay. Bye-bye, Ether Siphon. There will be a Tarkir early access today, 1 p.m. Eastern. Find all your favorite streamers. But why? You don't have money for pre-release because you missed budget? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Maybe... no. I've got no advice for that. But yeah, 1 p.m. you can find your favorite streamers doing that stuff. Script color. Okay. €40, geez. Yeah, 1 p.m. Eastern is Tarkir, early access streamer event. It's a little greedy, but we've been gaining some life, so I can take a hit from the Crypt Caller. It's almost never 20 these days. It's almost always at least $30 USD. Can be up to 40 here too. Aha. Hello, Hazaret. Bye-bye, Ether Jacket. But yeah, I think it's like 35 to 40 these days is the norm for pre-releases for United States. I could trade with the specialist with a tactile terror and just get it back. I think that's probably okay. Nah, so many of my dolls, my draws are really good if I keep that. We're just gonna pass here. I can draw a discard here. That's fine. The 1/9 death touch. I want to sack the doll. Fair. This isn't- I'm just playing with my food right now. This isn't a good attack. Because they can still crew the runner. Next turn's just probably lethal, so I'm just being stupid. And I shouldn't be stupid. But I am. Alright, so this probably dies if they survive here. If not, they just die. But, like, if this dies, then we can play another land. We can, surveil with the little bauble. And then, yeah. But, sorry. I was playing with my food. This is bad. I play like this after we have those horrid games. And I'm just like, I want to play cards. I don't care. Like the horrible, like, War of the Spark stuff. Like, that's when I play like this, for the most part. Unless I'm, like, loopy with tiredness, too. That, too, does... The shame dang. Fuck. These are bad hands. That helps. Wicker Folk wins again! What the hell is this? Play Wicker Folk, win game. Why? Can I play this again? Aw. I mean, I can play the same deck, but I was wondering if I could play the whole event again, but I don't think so. I don't know why people were scooping there. I don't know what was going on. Maybe they were like, they kept a slow hand, and they're like, well, if they're fast and have like a 1-3 on turn 2, I lose. I don't have no freaking clue. Oh, I suppose I have to lose the last game here. Alright, prepare for misery. But hopefully it'll be over quickly and... well, it won't be painless, I promise. We have 3 Crunch Wranglers. Yay, Crotchers Wranglers. And then we have 2 Pollen Bright Druids, or 3 Pollen Bright Druids. And we can't find them in order to put them... like, what the... meh. Alright. There we got 1. Alright, maybe we can curve. That's a problem. Alright, I'm gonna need the 4th land. Now I find my rare! The time I can't cast it, because I'm stuck on lands. Yay. Okay, so what we are going to do here is we are going to price this. This is a draft deck from War of the Spark. Alright, I need to draw a green source, and then I need to draw another land. Stop! With your frickin' apparition and your blah. Not another land. Worst luck with this set.
Vengeance will rain like meteors. Burn.
Jesus. I don't know. I don't know why I bother playing this at this point.
If I'm gone, you'll lose.
We're too far behind now. Okay. Yeah, way too far behind. Oh well. I had to hope that they messed up. And now we have to hope that they have literally no removal. You want to use this card to win the game, usually. Otherwise you're probably not getting there, but... By Abyss, they could block here. This is 2, this is 4. I think I have to start Abyssing. That sucks. Actually, that didn't end up too horribly. Okay. Okay, I need to stop drawing lands now, though. Jeez. Alright. So if I hadn't gone for the attack... and just wait... I'm not sure. I think they would have found a removal spell at some point, the Exile or something. Right on time, Crotch Wrangler. This card you want to be playing before you play your Bloom Hulks, and it's great. But we haven't had that curve. Alright, now we want to find... Untapped is not working. Alright, that's a good one. Yeah, told you they would find that removal, but this one... Oh, come on! Can I face one opponent without a goddamn... God. Okay, I told you it was going to be miserable. We had navigated the game, so if we just draw something like, you know, our pump spells or blah, we can get there. This is an unbeatable card, so... fuck it all. And we're drawing lands.
Beg for your life. This is my masterpiece.
I can't win now. I don't even know why I'm trying to play this game anymore. I have no fucking clue. This would have been great before they got a fucking god and a tapper and a mill me out card. Yeah, I want out of this format. I don't want to touch this format anymore. Every pack, like, can contain a planeswalker, but not necessarily mythic. And this can just mill people out. If I could play both of these spells, maybe we could do it. But I cannot. Even the god here wasn't quite like was unbeatable pretty much, but the Ashiok in addition means they don't have to attack through. They don't have to bother.
I leave you with one last nightmare.
Like, was this a fun game of Magic? It stopped right here. We put ourselves in a place where this might have actually won the game for us. Or, you know, something that gave trample or did other things. Not so much here. Alright, let's go. They get to tap down something. I can't win. I can't play any cards here. Ashiok would just wreck me. There's nothing to be done. Once this card landed, the game was over. It was even more over. Like, they could have attacked with this and started abyssing us. But this was worse to see. This card is unfair at uncommon because it can just mill a player out on its own.
Hello there.
But yeah, this fucking set is miserable if you don't open well, which we don't. And we've hit 2 gods in the last 2 games. Alright. No more War of the Spark for me, please. Thank you. I'm out. Even on the time where we had 5 planeswalkers, yes, 3 of them were uncommon, but we had 5 planeswalkers and we still lost because our opponents had 4 rares early when we only saw 1 of our planeswalkers. They commenced the endgame twice, which is a bomb anyway, and then they also had the Wrath that allows them to save one of their cards. So this is fucking miserable. I hate War of the Spark. Even without play boosters, it was as though it had play boosters. I really don't like Ether Drift either. I wish Cube were still here. I wish Cube were still here. And this cube I don't even really like because it has so many alchemy cards. So many broken alchemy cards. So I way prefer most of the other cubes that we've hit on Arena. Limited isn't really fun if there's no skill involved. I'm just gonna say that out loud. I'm not saying I'm no skilled player. Absolutely not. But early access starts at 1 p.m. Eastern. Absolutely not. I could be playing better. I could be a better player. But there is no skill involved in the game where we navigated that game to come back from behind And then they play the White God, and we're done. Negated all previous gameplay. Yeah, Casino MTG. Is Arena kind of broken? This is like the third time in a row where we've had to re-queue. Rebuild the queue. Interesting. Defend the rider, run over, road rage, crash and burn, flood the engine, strategy's okay. Night market's really good. Okay, 3 really good options here. Refueler, Outpace, and Transit. Refueler and Transit, I think, are the 2 better cards. Than Outpace. Outpace is nice, but I think these 2 are better. Quag Feast belongs best in green-black with its ability to mill stuff for you to recur. So the Refueler is really tempting. I think the Transit Mage is just a slightly stronger card, though. I'm going to take the Refueler, and I might regret this choice. Especially if I get, like, a turtle. Lightning Strike. Could do a Siphon Fuel. I think we take the Night Market here. Because there's nothing that I'm really excited about in this pack. Rambler's pretty good. Voyage Home's really good in a different deck. And I could pivot, but I think pivoting at this point for that is not correct. I think Siphon Fuel's pretty good, but I'm thinking I'm just going to take this to keep more open. I could take Tarion at this point. I don't think it's awful to do so. I almost always prefer Mammoth to that card, though. I mean, Ketradon. But this fixes my mana, and it's a good card. Ooh, Spin Out. Alright, alright. This looks pretty good. Engine Rat, Spin Out, Ooze Patrol, Surveyor. Okay, see, here we got the Spike Shell Harrier, pick 5. Which would mean that the Transit Mage might have been a better pick than this, but we also got a Ketradon and Fang Guardian. So that's also nice. I can take this. I can splash for it at the night market. Or stay open to blue-black and take this. I think this card is a stronger card than most of the rest of this pack, except maybe Ride's End. Oh, that's a tough one. Because I could splash it, run Sultai. Or I can just leave blue alone, because I did pass some blue stuff. I'm still taking this. Okay. Flood the engine is best here. So that's fine. Alright. Yeah, green seems to be mostly gone now. I think we take the Midnight over the Pilot. Spin Out, nice. Alright. So it turns out it would have been better to take the Transit. Wait, take the Transit over the Refueler. I think I misspoke there, sorry. I think I wasn't paying attention to the words that were coming out of my mouth. If we can wheel one of the 5/4s, that'd be cool. Actually, or this, that's fine. Okay, yeah. So we missed out on the transit mage, and I thought about that. That was interesting. We could actually have ended up in a blue, in a black green deck, but it wouldn't have been as good. Like we could have taken the mammoth over the harrier, and continued to force stuffs. All right, so the blue has been open. And I think blue-black is where we are. I am sad about that transit mage. Ooh. Okay. Soft spot in your hand for it. Awesome. Ugh. And your heart for it. Yeah. I mean, it's got good cards. No one's arguing that. They're just miserable for limited. Okay. We can take the Guidelight Optimizer. We can take the Guidelight Synergist. We can take the Gearseeker Serpent. Or the Wreck Remover. I think I like Guidelight here over the first Serpent. Ooh, okay. Siphon, Raider, Mangler, and Surveyor. Here's a run over. It's really sweet for somebody else. Three whole creatures from my Cursed Cloth wrappings. Wickerfolk, let's go. Win. What? My opponent's gonna concede with this one now. Blowout, fine. Really good. Thopterist, fine. Aether Jacket. I don't really like this card, but yeah. We can take in Wickerfolk. That's a really late Lynx. Am I supposed to try to play full-on Esper and take the Lynx here? Other options like Optimizer or Pilot. I don't think we take Sideswipe. I'm gonna take the Lynx. That's probably wrong, but I didn't come here to play right now, apparently. Too frustrated. Excuse me? There's a Wickerfolk right here. Yeah, let's not play right today. It's fine. Dismal, Night Market number 2. I think it's Night Market number... Well, No, I think we take the Dismal here. That's close. Ooh, Brambler. And a starting column. I think we take this... Oh, I really want that, but I think we take the starting column. Where'd the black go? That's what I want to know. Like, most of it was gone this pack. Which is unexpected, because we did take black the first pack. we didn't take the green. So I was expecting not to get... I was expecting to get black this pack, in all honesty, but we didn't really. We'll have to see what the last pack does. I'm not really excited about this card. I'm not excited about this card. Not really excited about this card overall. So I'd like to have white be the splash, but it's possible that that's not what's going to happen. It may be that blue ends up the splash at this point, just because most of its cards are single pip. So it might just be like white black and then splash the blue. Yeah, that looks about right. Could take a night market. I can take Basri over these two. Over Volter in particular. I would not take Nesting Bot in this deck. Harrier number 2, though. That's interesting. How do I feel about this card? In black-white. I don't think this card is very good. I think I'm going to take another Wicker Folk. Or Harrier. Probably Wicker Folk. Ooh, get in. Ah, Scoured Baron's Disciple. Nice. Oh, silly. That card is so good. This one's not bad in this deck, and I do like having a Wreck Remover, but I think I'm going to take the Surveyor. We do want to get to max speed. So we want Start Your Engines cards a little bit. We have 2 here. Oh, shit. There's a Ride's End that I should take. There's a Ride's End that you should take. There's a Ride's End that you should take. Bugger. I like Maximum Overdrive just fine. Maybe I should take that here. Hold on. Yeah, I guess we take that here. You don't want Digimon. But I also don't want anything else in this pack, so... Welcome to the deck, nesting bot. Alright, that was a weird one. I really don't understand why black wasn't open in the second pack and why blue wasn't really open in the third, but that's neither here nor there at this point. I do have 7 artifacts. Oh, I'd never cut Quag. At all. It kills something early, even if I don't have... I like 2 cards kill something early, and then it also mills for the wrappings. This draft went really weird. Meh. Alright. We'll see how it goes, and then I sleep, and then we do early access. Today's been meh for Magic, but fun for the rare set review. Alright, to finish off this one, we got a fortune teller. We got a concession stand. We got a treasure token. We got a drop tower. And we got a notorious silver war. Sliver war. Okay, sorry. Silver. Yeah, I need to sleep. We do have more swamps by 2 than, than white sources in this. That's a good trade for me, I think. Theirs gets them value later. Mine has to wait a long time to get value. So yeah, with 10 black sources and 8 white sources in this. Naya... Okay, Naya... Exhaust. Okay, there we go. Great draws today. All right. That's my one blue card. Oh my god. 17 lands in the deck. Our deck is 48% lands. Let's go, little air response unit and interface ace. Let's go. Clicks. Well. Sigh. Hmm. Ugh. Pockets of land. Oh well. Oh, fuck that. Ugh. Yeah. That's evil. I needed one more draw earlier, or they hit the fifth land earlier. We stuck on land. No lifelink on this, so I can't actually get there. That sucked. I could have pulled this back and played it, but it was so much worse. And it would still have lost. Yeah. They saw the line, unfortunately. And this doesn't untap during anything but my turn. So this is lethal, unfortunately. But I am going to take something out before I go. Unfortunately, it's not enough. Next turn we could have gotten there, but... Boom Pile is a hell of a card. And when you can give it haste. Yeah, stuck on lands there for a while. And then drew like 3 or 4 lands in a row, which, you know, we were happy to see the first. But not happy to see the, like, next 3. Oh, well. I needed to draw another creature of some kind, or something to do. Why? Alright. Black, white, wicker folk. So this is one of our blue... We still have... This is... I would remind you that we still have double black. Like, so we have 10 black sources and 8 white sources. So it is so freaking weird to be drawing more white than black every game in the early game. It is very no bueno. And also not to be on the play. It's just annoying. Grumble, gripe, complain. Ariana Wea. Yeah, I still don't understand how this is happening with 10 black sources. Just my luck today. Hopefully I'm getting it out before the streamer... I mean, the streamer early access event, we don't have to pay for drafts, so it's like... We don't really care. Even if it is, it's kind of too late. Like... I think they've gotten too much value off of this. But we'll see. Nope, it's not on top. Good times. At this point, I'm not caring, I think. So, of those 7 white sources, by the way, this is 4 of them. There are 3 planes left in the deck, and that's it. In 29 cards. And this is one of our 10 black sources. And this is the second boom pile that we have faced in a row. Because that's what our luck is today. Still no land. And we are dead. There is no coming back for this. It was a good opening hand. Couldn't draw a single land. Even off the scry, which we did keep the links, which could find us land. But there was never a good time to play it. We're gonna take the 6 here. I don't have a removal spell for the engine. That's 2 bonkers rares that they've played. Double red, double blue, and they were able to get this card and this card on 2. So, and I can't even get my second black source until now. In a 2-color deck with 10 black sources. This is miserable. So they can just give trample to 2 things and I just die. I am I think this is my best option. This is 4 toughness. But this is also 4 toughness, but has 3 power, so there's maybe a chance that they don't attack with everything. But I don't know how I was supposed to win any game tonight. Not with the draws from opponents. And my draws. Let's hope the magic is at least a little bit less miserable for the streaming event. It's worse when you have to pay for it to be slaughtered by the shuffler over and over again. And your opponent's drawing nutty. Okay, so they didn't block to attack with everything. They have one card in hand. We're going to pass the blockers. We are going to put all of these on here, and we are going to try to pump. And it is going to go poorly. Most likely. But there's, I mean, I've got no better options. All right. Okay. I'm officially done with Magic for now. After that, I'm gonna go cry into my pillow. So, let's go raid somebody awesome. This is one of those days that makes me hate this game. And I don't usually hate this game. But on Arena, I've learned to pretty well. Over many, many days. It is pretty unbelievable. Because you can build your deck, you can balance the mana. I've got 3 essentially free. Like there's two tap lands that are the double colors and the night market or whatever it is. So I've got 3 sources of blue for that. 1 blue card, which we did draw before we drew any blue and couldn't draw the 5th land and didn't draw the 2nd black source for 3 turns. Didn't draw another creature at all. And for that first one there. And then this one was just like the same rare that we faced. And then another rare that we faced. And they had perfect mana in 3 colors and we couldn't find double black till the end. We were already dead. Yay! Good times. So let's go raid somebody. Who do we want to raid? Who's on there? Who would you prefer to raid here? Come back for the stream for early access at 1 p.m. Even if I don't make it at exactly 1 p.m., your favorite streamers will be on. So you can definitely go and see them 1 p.m. Eastern. So whom would you like to raid? Let me know. Because this was a miserable night of Magic. I would have played one more at least, but like this was so miserable. I cannot. I fail to can. None of these felt like games. Ugh. Okay. Who's Samantha Games? We could do that. Morning Magic. I don't know this person. We could just send you to Crokies. Or there's somebody called Kitty Kate who looks like they're doing drafts. Does anybody have a preference? There's Andre Mengucci as well doing Modern Affinity on MTGO. If you don't have a preference, I will just go executive decision. But yeah, hopefully hopefully we just have more fun and can actually play cards and don't get beaten down by like unbelievable bombs. Although I'm sure we're gonna face Elspeth and Ugin. That's definitely gonna be a thing. And a few others, but at least hopefully we get to also play too. That'd be sweet. Let's go and raid. Oh god, that's a hard choice. Let's go Mengucci. All right, starting the raid. Hydrating. Definitely got to hydrate because the tears that come out, I got to replace those. Yeah. So I'm going to go cry about how miserable today was Magic-wise. I'll rejoice because chat was awesome. And because we saw some cool rares and mythics coming up in this set that I'll be excited to put in EDH decks. And hopefully Magic will be kinder later. But you get to see some cool constructed with Modern Affinity with Andre Mengucci. I want to see what has changed with this deck since I first learned about Modern Affinity. We'll see. I Affinity is always a cool deck, though. So we'll look forward to it. All right. I will see you soon. Hopefully we will also... Untapped.gg is planning to have some giveaways that we can give on the early access stream. So that'll be really cool. I know some people have been asking about getting free months of that, and we absolutely do. We'll have that available. So, okay. Going to read now. I love you all. Have a most wonderful morning, noon, night, afternoon tea, second breakfast, whatever time it is for you. After I finish my crying jag, I will probably feel better. And we will recover quickly and go next time. All right. Love you. Have fun. Cheerios. Read it now.